How are we going to feel first? You know, it seems to be a little bit of moisture in the wicket. You know, I think it'll get better as the day goes on. So, opportunity for our fast bowlers to make early inroads.
Andre Russell was added to your squad. Changes to your team?
We've gone with the same team. You know, we've had a pretty good series so far with this combination. So, you know, we give Russell some time, you know, to catch himself after the long flight, and you know, hopefully he'll play a part in the series to come.
What do you make of the conditions? The last time you played here was in 2014.
Yeah, it seems a pretty good surface. As I said before, you know, there seems to be a little bit of moisture, you know, hopefully our fast bowlers can get the best out of that. And then, you know, when we come to bat in the second half, you know, it should be a better wicket.
Yeah, you had a good win in that second one-day international. Your spinners, 49 overs, just 1 wicket. Is that a concern?
No, it's not a concern. You know, if you look back at the overs that they bowl, you know, we put down a few chances as well off of them. They're creating the chances. It's just a matter for us to hold. You know, I'm not in all concern. You know, it's just a matter for us, you know, to be a little bit more clinical in the field and take our chances.
All the best to you and your team.
Thanks.
Owen Morgan, very good teams. After they suffer a loss, they bounce back really strong. Anticipating that today?
I hope so. There's obviously with the rained-off game the other day, there was a lot of toing and froing. Today is obviously a bit different on what looks a really good wicket. So looking for a good competitive game today, and hopefully we can produce the goods.
Any changes to your team for today?
Yeah, we have one change. Ben Stokes comes back in place of Jason Roy. Jason unfortunately picked up a niggle after the toss the other day, so he'll miss us out.
Your out cricket, your feeling, your catching was excellent in that second one-day international. An improvement from what we saw in that first one-day. Is that a department of the game you're paying particular focus on?
Yeah, we're looking to improve on that all the time. We do have a lot of athletes within our squads that are trying to maximise our potential. It is an area that, come the World Cup, we'll have to be on top of in order to do well. Things like holding our catches and hitting the stumps and creating chances, I think, in the field, give you an extra dynamic to your game. So it's obviously very, very important.
All the best to you.
Thanks, Darren. Thank you.
So that's the news in the middle. The Windies, they've won the toss and they will field first.
Thank you, Darren. Rob Key, this England team, another change today.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing where Jason Roy, who we saw in the first ODI smash a brilliant 100, has got injured after the toss in the last game. It's unthinkable, really, considering they didn't do anything other than warm up. But that gives Alex Hales a massive, massive opportunity. Jonny Bairstow, of all those batsmen in that lineup, is the one probably, at this point, is the one under the most amount of pressure. He hasn't had the greatest time of it for the last probably 4 to 5 months. So Alex Hales will probably have one opportunity to try and take that spot from one of the two openers, Roy or Best.
Jeffrey, the Windies?
Unchanged, as you would expect. Andre Russell is around, but he's still probably suffering from a bit of jet lag. Will probably feature later on, but for now, they're going with a winning aggregation.
Yes, a number of people will be asking that question as to whether Russell should have been in there. Now, Robert Key, England batting first for the first time this series. How good are they at setting totals?
Yeah, it's certainly what they don't like doing as much. Whenever Owen Morgan wins the toss, he generally looks to have a bowl, so they know exactly how to go about it. It's a ground they won't know a lot about as well. It looks like it's going to be a slow outfield. So what they're going to have, this is a really good test for them because they're going to have to be smart. They will look to come out. Hales and Bairstow will look to be positive, but they're going to have to work out these conditions. Does it start to turn throughout the middle? What is a good score? As Jeffrey says, it's not good enough if you go out there, try and play for 400 when 270 will be enough. That's when you can get yourself in trouble. So they're under pressure.
Will we see spin having a bigger impact today, Jeffrey?
I think definitely. Adil Rashid in particular, I think, is going to be a bit of a factor. But it's all about putting the ball in the right areas. If you don't, then my estimation of 260 could be right out the window.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you, Rob. In the commentary box, Darren Gang has been hard at work alongside him. Nick Knight.
Very warm welcome to Grenada. It's the Grenada National Cricket Stadium where we are getting set for the start of the 4th one-day international between these two exciting teams. Very similar in terms of form at the moment. Both teams with 2 wins to their names. Chris Gayle, the big man who was in form in that first one-day international where he scored his 24th one-day international century. Backed it up with a half century in the second match. Windies, you would see, well, a little bit of an advantage winning the toss. Insert in England, and you look at statistics at this ground, usually teams chasing, they go on to win. England just one change, as you've heard, to their squad. Alex Hales, for the first time, will get an opportunity to bat out in the middle. He was named in that third one-day international, which was abandoned because of rain. But very different conditions today at the start. Star of the match in that second one-day international. And then Cottrell, 5 wickets for 46. And we expect some more excitement in this contest. Johnny Bairstow, usual figure at the top of the innings for England in white ball cricket. Nick Knight alongside me. A little bit disappointed that Jason Roy has not made the 11. Understand it's a hamstring niggle he's suffering with.
Well, huge disappointment for him, that is for sure. In good touch, obviously 100 in the first game, missed out in the second, but they have such quality options at the top of the order. Alex Hales just slips back into the side, and there'll be those that think that he should be in the side anyway. He's a top-class international, one-day international opener. He'll have been in the nets practicing. Perhaps not a bad thing for him, although the conditions perhaps will suit bowling first. For him individually, just to get out there, get rid of those nerves. I noticed when they walked out, he was the first on the pitch, ahead of Bairstow and ahead of the West Indies, who were having a chat. Just an indication he wants to get out there and get on with it.
Gregory Brathwaite from Barbados.
Let's play.
One of the umpires for today's match. Bruce Oxenford, his partner, residing in this fourth one-day international as we get set for the first delivery from Cottrell. Yes, would have had an extra day before this game. Remember that third one-day international was abandoned on Monday. There's a little bit of rainfall on Tuesday, but conditions are looking really good. Very important match for both teams. Series squared, 1 apiece. So we expect that one team will go ahead before that 5th and final one-day international to be played in St. Lucia. Just a little bit of a delay before we start. Maybe something with the side screen. Maybe a bit of movement at the back. Some players are very particular about their sighting. It's the advertising board. And they're just trying to get that to close before we start proceedings. West Indies for this particular match opting for the same team. As mentioned earlier, Andrew Russell was added to the squad. Sighting all-rounder. Will definitely be an asset to this Windies side because of his all-round ability.
We interviewed him for Sky at the start of the day, thinking he would play. He's come back from the Pakistan Super League. So we thought he would play, but Jason Holder saying just wait one more game. Well, this is incredibly frustrating.
Good crowd on hand, lots of English spectators. Came in their numbers for that third one day in Grenada. Didn't quite get a chance to see any cricket, but this is a list of both teams. Chris Gale, John Campbell at the top of the innings. And it's an in-form Middle order for the West Indies. She Hope down Bravo. Shimron Hetmyer was excellent in that second one-day international. And get a chance to bat in conditions which look very good for batting. Another little delay. It's the 100th one-day international between these two teams. They've had a long history playing against each other, so
the last series here in the West Indies back in 2017, Alex Hales came back into the side there and got 100 on his return to the side, so that'll be the sort of thing that he will remind himself now. What a important day it is for him personally. It's all right being in the nets and saying you're in good touch and you're hitting the ball nicely, but he will know that this is an amazing opportunity for him. Doesn't necessarily mean, of course, if he gets runs that he goes back in the side. That's probably still unlikely, but with 10 or so games to go before the World Cup and with 3 high-class options, it probably will come down to form. That too will just put a little bit of pressure on Johnny Bairstow. Hasn't been in the best of form in the last 10 or so games, so it's a real battle between these 3.
I think I also reckon that most teams will need to think about contingencies in the build-up to the ICC World Cup in England. You just never know. Some players and your key players may pick up niggles, might just prevent them from being able to represent their respective countries at the World Cup. So peripheral players and those players being in good nick will be crucial for teams if they are to do well at the World Cup. Right, here we go. First delivery. Starts down the leg side. Not a good start at all for the West Indies.
Remember the first ball of the last game. Thudded into the pads of Johnny Bairstow. He wasn't sure whether it was swinging and the length. It was the perfect delivery first up. That was not the perfect delivery first up.
That's better.
Yeah, in that previous game, the dismissal just stays with you as a batsman. You'll be thinking, don't get too far across, make sure you don't put your pad across the crease because that ball might swing back in. That was the last game. Almost the perfect delivery there. You can see he's not got out of the crease at all, just swinging back in.
Going full Cottrell, and that's his asset with the new ball. The ability to swing the ball into the right-handers. Getting that Yorker on target. Cottrell showing very good form yet again with the ball. Provides that option for the West Indies to penetrate the opposition at the top of the innings. Stifled appeal. Not out, says umpire Gregory Brathwaite. Just be going down the leg side.
Yeah, didn't quite look right, did it? You can see what he's aiming for. Same dismissal as the last game. Johnny Bairstow will be well aware of that as well. Field has changed as well, the ball before. So man mid-wicket catching. So he's going to target the stumps as he does there, but does too much. Just does a little too much on this occasion.
Gets away with this one. Full toss. Not put away.
Yeah, as a batsman here, you're aware of two things. One, the dismissal in the last game, the clip to mid-wicket as well. And two, the outside edge, because Cottrell will have one that can slide across the right-hander. And as a batsman, you're waiting for it to come back in. And sometimes you play at balls outside off stump, waiting for it. And that's when the outside edge comes in. Chris Gayle will be lurking there in the back of your picture.
Runs off the bat this time. Also finishes the first over with a boundary. It's 5 and odd loss.
Just a little bit of a gift in the end. You can see again what he's trying to do. Just a little too straight.
Not very pacey from Cottrell. Just under 130 kilometers per hour, that delivery. Looking for more accuracy than pace. That's in the first over, pitching in line. Would have been the umpire's call. Closer than we thought. Jason Holder will partner Cottrell with the new ball. Has the ability to create pressure in this first power play. Jason Holder accumulates a lot of dots when he bowls.
If you look back at his career, Alex says this is his 69th game, so he's played a lot of one-day international cricket. He has an average of just about 37, strike rate of 96, but played a lot of those with Jason Roy. And Jason Roy's a dasher, gets the side off to a flyer. And often Alex Hales will just sit in and give himself a chance to get in properly. Whether that happens today because he has a different opening partner, well, time will tell, but just likes to give himself generally time to get in. Gets lucky there, it was in the air for a little while.
Nice footwork from Shane Thomas. Just went uppishly through that backward point area. Still trying to assess conditions at this venue. Jason Hales, very fluent player, a stroke maker at the top of the innings. I was looking at England and their approach to batting in 50-over cricket. Seem to play the same way across power plays. Is that something that they do based on their strength and batting strength and the abilities of the respective players in this batting lineup?
Absolutely, they just believe that they have the batting lineup to keep going. When they get off to a good start, they just keep going. That's where the side, in my opinion, and the approach has differed since the last World Cup. They always look to be aggressive in the first 10 overs. And the last 10 overs, and they'll kind of set their game up to be good running in the end. Try and use those last 10 overs. But where the side has differed since the last World Cup is overs, say, 11, 12 on to about 40. That's where they've looked to continue to push on. And so they've gained 30, 40, 50 runs on some sides because of that attitude.
When you compare their approach to that of the West Indies, very different. Chris Gayle takes a little while to get in Windies a little bit slow in power play 1, but they make up in power play 3. And again, the Windies playing to their strengths, recognizing that it's important to lay a good foundation. And that approach has worked for them, at least in this series so far.
Talking about that off air the other day, about sides and their approaches to one-day international cricket. As far as the batters concerned, you look at India. India quite measured in their first 10 overs. Dhawan and Rohit Sharma, and then they kick on a little bit. England look to be a bit more explosive in their first 10 overs. I think you can't look at one way works. It's just what works for you. I don't think there's a formula. It's how you best use your resources.
We'll have another delivery. Jason Holder. Yeah, I agree totally. And that's the way the game should be played, based on the abilities of players on your team. When you have the firepower like a Carlos Brathwaite, back end of the innings, you expect to be scoring. That's a quick rate in power play 3. Even a guy like Hetmeyer batting through. Nicely timed. Don't try to hit it too hard, it will get a couple of runs. Ends the over with a couple. It's 12 without loss. We've spoken a lot about this England batting lineup. Joe Root at number 3, in form. Owen Morgan, the captain, as well, right up there in the top 5 run getters in this ODI series. Ben Stokes as well. He's contributed handsomely with bat and ball.
Right on.
Nice hand. Bravo. That's an area of the game that you think the West Indies will want to improve on. Their out cricket, their catching, the support given to the bowlers.
See, there's a good indication. He's waiting for that ball to come back in with the angle, and therefore you play at the odd ball you don't need to, because it's good bowling, really good bowling. Just a bit of variation. This time it sort of slides across there, and you're not sure if it's going to come back in. That's why that first slip is a crucial position.
Sheldon Cottrell, he's added a new dimension to this West Indies one-day team with the ball. Picked up 5 wickets, 46 in that second one-day international. The best figures in one-day internationals by a left-hander. That's across pace and spin. That's how special his effort was.
Forget this one. I know that celebration. It's got to be the best celebration, surely. One of the very best.
Was the quality of the wickets as well, I think. Got both openers, Johnny Bairstow, Jason Roy, and the captain, Owen Morgan, who was well set. And at a point when England looked like they were coursing to the target score. Very good from Ashley Nurse. Doesn't prevent the single though. Hasn't had the best of times on the field. Ashley Nurse, all already following him. Delivery left in the over. Watchful from Alex Hales, ultimate out loss. Lots of activities in Grenada. If you're into sailing, water sport, it's the place to be. And the chance to visit the northern end of the island, an area called Welcomstone. Lovely view of the northern coastline of Grenada. Just 1-4 so far in the innings. Johnny Bairstow, 7 from 12. Alex Hales, 6 from 7. Might expect a little more conservative approach from Alex Hales. He's been in and out of this England team.
Yeah, we feel from them, don't we? We haven't been in that position ourselves where you're trying to make a major contribution that just makes it difficult. I mean, captains, selectors will say this is a perfect situation for them because they've got that strength in depth, but for the player themselves, it's far from perfect. You have to make this opportunity count. Sometimes you can over try, you can try too hard and realize the importance of the moment. Easy up here just to try and stay relaxed and do what you do well, but he will know the magnitude of what the next hour or so of batting, couple of hours. If he can make that significant contribution, who knows what's down the line for him. If he messes this one up, then might be no World Cup.
Pulled away. Good aggressive intent shown from Johnny Bairstow, as expected, taking lead in this partnership.
Pitch is just a little slow, so just stands up, really picks the length perfectly. Outfield is a little slow as well. It's a more sandy based outfield here, not a big ground by any means, but you'll have to run your 2s and 3s here, but that was hit firmly enough.
Cut away. Sounded really good off the bat. Consecutive boundaries here for Johnny Bairstow. Runs from the over so far. And again, lofted drive. Just have the distance to go. Yep, another one for Johnny Bairstow.
That is a good shot. There's not a lot wrong with that delivery. Jason Holder, as it was going down, will say that's much more like it. But Johnny Bairstow says, no, I'm going to whack you back over your head.
Adjustment to the field now. Square leg back. Fine leg in the 30-yard circle. And you could understand what Jason tried to do in that last delivery. All two short deliveries. One was pulled, one was cut. Trying to go a little bit fuller. Johnny Bairstow was having none of it. He was expecting that fuller delivery and dispatched it. Single to end this expensive over. Most expensive one so far in the innings. It's 28 without loss.
Yeah, it also helps Alex Hales at the other end. Just helps to settle him a little bit. My point about Jason Roy, very similar now for Johnny Bairstow. He's out of the traps a little quicker than Alex Hales, so it just means he can settle in. They have a pretty good understanding, these two, as an opening partnership. They've opened together on 24 occasions. They average 58 as a batting partnership. 500 partnerships and 750 partnerships.
Run rate already 7 so far. England average rate in power play 1 for this series. Run rate about 6.5. That's what they've achieved. But I take your point about Alex Hales wanting to make an impression. In my own personal career, it wasn't easy. I think it's that ability to handle pressure that gets to a lot of players when you know that maybe your position in the 11 in the squad is being challenged, and your performance on that day is more significant than anything else.
That's a really good shot. Further indication the outfield is a little slow, so just a couple. Just pick up on your point. I mean, Alex Hales, when you get to know him and you have a chat with him around the cricket field and the stadiums here, he's very relaxed. His character, really, but all very different when you put your gear on, you go out there knowing that this is your moment.
Driven through the gap. And not go all the way. There's a long chase on. Jason Holder will just get it back in. There's also a little bit of your mind on that competitor, that other person who's challenging for the position as well. That's what elite sport is all about. Your ability to handle pressure, to perform in those conditions. It's a work in progress. As with every single innings as a batsman, will you enhance your reputation or not? I guess it's easier when you're playing in a winning team as well. The environment is very positive. You can feed off your teammates, as would be the case with Alex Hales, and ranked #1 in one-day internationals. And it's a performing team, which is very different to a team that is not performing, has gotten into the habit of losing more often than winning. Nicked just short. We're talking about that, Nick Knight. That delivery that goes across the right-hander.
Yeah, Cottrell is generally bowling a full length. He's still trying to search for that swing. On the odd occasion, it's not. Might just be natural variation. He might be trying to do it on purpose. Chris Gale, the ball's been following him in this series.
pulled off the middle of the bat and goes all the way. First 6 of the innings. Lots of spectators smiling. It comes off the face of Alex Hales' bat. 5 overs gone, 39 without loss.
The 6 just to settle the nerves. Again, no real pace in the serve. They just set up nicely for him. There was a man in the deep, but this is not a big ground.
Cinnamon. Off stump.
Change in bowling. Ashley Nurse will bowl in power play 1, replacing his captain Jason Holder from the River End. Spoke about the Windies spinners in this series. Only been able to pick up that solitary wicket. Jason Holder indicated that it's not a concern. I thought Devendra Bishu bowled nicely in that second one-day international.
This is where Jason Holder just has to be a little careful, because he takes a long time, doesn't he, to set his fields. He talks a lot. I understand that he talks a lot about how he wants his bowlers to bowl and where he wants them to bowl. But it does take a long while between overs at times. Of course, he missed the last test match of the series, the test match series. Slow over rate. Very meticulous, which is fine. You want your captain to be happy with what he's got, but sometimes you just want it to take a little quicker. There you go, making further changes.
He has a bigger challenge than Owen Morgan. A couple fielders he will want to have in certain positions. Switch being made with Cottrell and O'Shane Thomas. Thomas will go to short, fine leg. Cottrell at extra cover.
Oh, yes, man, yes. One.
I'm not quite sure he will want his fast ball at extra cover. Not a little concern with the sighting. A little bit of reflection on the door. Yep.
One.
Easy 2 runs. Listen, he's not looking the most energetic on the field, you'd say. Not a change for Ashley Nurse. This time the extra cover. Cottrell comes behind square. So 2 fielders within the 30-yard circle behind square.
Get it. Square boys.
Spectators catch. Crowd reacting.
Nice.
Lofted drive. And this is a quality shot. Johnny Bairstow going up and over pitch delivery. Another 6.
Yeah, it is a quality shot, but it was there to hit, wasn't it? It was wide enough so he could free the arms and full enough as well. And Jason Holder's look, he's a tall man, but he's at mid-off, so no long off. So that would have been eye line of Johnny Bairstow.
Yes, man.
47 without loss.
Not the line you want to be bowling. The field set by Jason Holder. Fielders through the onside, protecting the boundary. This one just a little too wide. More top hand. That's hitting with the wind as well, which is a strong wind blowing across to the west of this ground. Three bowlers used so far by Jason Holder.
Change of bowler. Right arm over.
Good opening partnership for England. 47 so far from 38. And another spinner on the attack. This time Devendra Bishu. Spoke about his effort with the ball in that second one-day international. Didn't get a wicket. In his 10 overs, conceded 49 runs. A couple chances went down off his bowling. What he has in store today. Mentioned to me that he's been working with Mustaq Ahmed, the spin bowling coach for this Windies side. And he's well on his way. Sometimes he's a little bit guilty in terms of pulling the ball down and not flighting the ball and trying to extract a lot of spin. There's Mustaq Ahmed. Second from right.
Oh, yes, big man.
Much better length. Short and dispatched. Well, he's in good form. Johnny Bairstow brings up the 50 for England.
Yeah, he does look in good touch, doesn't he? Again, it was a real drag down, though, from Bishu. First over, not quite getting enough behind the ball. Plenty of time there, didn't he, to set himself. Boundaries are in quite a long way here. They could perhaps go back 4 or 5 or 6 yards, but even if they had this time, would have gone all the way.
Centimeters, the straight boundaries here. Again short. Gets the same treatment. Consecutive sixes for Bairstow. Bishu, not a good start to his spell. 13 runs already conceded.
Get it now.
And again,
Get up.
that's with the win. Very calculated from Bairstow. Another expensive over conceded by the West Indies. Brings up Bairstow's 50 in quick time.
Outstanding effort from Johnny Bairstow. 51 from just 31. Took on that last ball as well. It just had enough elevation, but intent very clear from Johnny Bairstow after the first few deliveries. I'm coming after you. That is good for him. It's good for Alex Hales as well, who's just settling in. 66 without loss now.
Bishu guilty, going short. You can't do that to set batsmen.
Get it now. Get up. How is it?
Nurse looking to bowl as straight as possible because of the limitations of the field. 2 fielders out at long on and deep mid-wicket. Right of your screen. And that is one missed out on, just talking about the line that should be bowled.
Line and speed as well, 58 miles per hour. That's pretty quick for any spinner. It's the problem, isn't it? As soon as people can hit it a long way, you don't want to give it any air, you just try and jam it into the surface.
It's a line. Does like to use the drift to bring the outside into play. Nurse. It's Bairstow's highest score since 24th of June last year. Very good start from England. 68 without loss.
A man under pressure. Hasn't had the greatest of times in this prolific batting lineup that England have. But this is why they stick with him, because he's good, he's very good. Takes the pressure off other players. Alex Hales coming in would have just made him just look up and react, and this is how he's done it.
He's had starts, hasn't he? He's had 20s and 30s at the top of the order without having a half century until now. Carlos Brathwaite into the attack. He's been under some pressure as well. He finished off the game in that second one-day international by getting the last wicket. Every time he looks over his right shoulder, he'll see Dre Ross sitting in the pavilion, waiting. Similar field like for the spinner, long on and deep square.
Rare missed time, looking to go through the offside, just close the face. I tell you, Johnny Bairstow, he's a bit of a contradiction at times. You always hear that people don't want to upset Johnny, that when it comes to him batting 3 in Test cricket, or whether you keep him at number 7, he desperately wants to keep the gloves. But every time, nearly every time he's under pressure, he delivers. He's actually someone that the more he worries, probably the better he plays. He would have definitely thought, here we go, I'm under a bit more pressure now. Alex Hales has an opportunity. This is a near impossible side to force your way into as a batsman, but Hales has an opportunity. Jason Roy, brilliant 100 a couple of games ago. Johnny Bairstow was the one under pressure. How does he deal with that? 53 so far from just 33 balls.
Not a good sign when you need that catalyst to spur you on, is it? Beautifully struck. Not a sign that you want to have that.
He did it with his keeping. When he first came into Test cricket, he was an ordinary keeper. Drop balls. A lot of people were saying he shouldn't be the man to do it. He proved everyone wrong. Alex Hales was in this side with Jason Roy. He had one opportunity, I think against the West Indies in England. He took that chance. The problem is, when you sometimes speak to him, you think that he worries too much, but actually, the more he worries, the better he plays. I saw him, he was practiced hard. He came down early 2 days ago. Is it 3 days now, when they had their full practice before the last ODI, and he came on his own with Chris Silver and just worked on his batting. You could tell he wasn't happy with his bat swing, because he was just hitting underarms over and over again just before any of the other team turned up. and he was just patting them back straight, and he didn't hit it every time in the middle of the bat, and he was just working on where his hands were going and not moving his feet. He was just trying to use the bat swing. He wasn't moving into the ball, just hitting with no feet, if that's possible.
Right on.
9 done, 70 for none. He thought he was out of touch. He quickly put pay to that. Lovely shot, so front and back foot. You get it just in his arc as well. If you just pitch it up with too much air as a spinner, he's got the power, and if you drop it short, he's also got the power off the back foot. Pure entertainment.
Get it now.
Put England off to a fly.
It's been one of the challenges for both these teams in this series so far, getting wickets in that power play. Sheldon Cottrell did it to telling effect in the second game, but generally England's bowling, they've only picked up, I think, 1 in the power play so far this series. West Indies have picked up 2. That is very well played because Hales made the room and there wasn't much wrong with the line from Nurse.
It's a shot he's been looking for. Sometimes you premeditate looking to use your feet. You can also do that because you can know the line just by looking at the field and what's gone before. Hales gives himself room early, this time beats the infield.
Get him. Come in there.
There you go, he's doing that before the bowler lets go of the ball. Premeditation.
Get it now.
This is a brilliant start to this game from the openers.
Takes one way and then you just hold your line, wait for it to be down that leg side. That's the problem in the power play. 2 men up on the sweep. You just can't have enough sweepers out to try and protect if a batsman is in and spinners bowling.
Get it now.
This is good, really good from Alex Hales. 3 boundaries in this, the final over of the first power play.
And it looks an excellent surface. It's a bit tacky with the grass, slightly longer in the ODI that wasn't played. Now it just looks a fraction drier and even flatter.
Magnificent. What a wonderful strike on the bigger side of the ground from Hales. 18 off the over so far.
It's 50 of 6 in ODIs for Alex Hales. Absolutely right. Into the wind, to the long side of the ground as well. That is a good hit.
Why did you look around at Jeffrey Dujon when you talked about how good the pitch was?
Hindsight is a wonderful thing. 89 for none. A lot of talking going on there. Often batsmen in the middle don't talk about the cricket, they try and switch off. That wasn't the case then. Hales was talking about grip.
Second power play. begins. In fact, it's the best power play score of the series so far. England had 88 in that first one-day international in Barbados. Now you can have 4 fielders outside of a circle up until over number 40. Brathwaite bowled a good length first over. Just short.
Yeah, that's the one thing as well with Hales when you watched him, because he hasn't played a lot. When he looks to come forward, he's just leaning back on that drive. He's at his very best. He gets right into that ball. Yeah, that was better there. Head over that front leg.
And the length hasn't been bad actually from Brathwaite so far. Probably bowl a full toss now, but he's not been too full. Neither has he been short enough to play a pull or a cut. Again, very good.
Yeah, it sounds simple. You just got to try and dig a hole there on that line and length and wait for the batsman to throw you off it. So far, Hales in particular has looked like if you bowl a good ball, he's just going to pat it back. Just feel that angle as well, just coming in, if anything. Just gives the bowler more margin for error. You start swinging the ball out, that sort of line that he's bowled starts to give you width. Just that angle back in just cramps you for room.
Fantastic over from Brathwaite, just one off it, 90 without loss after 11.
Yeah, just shows you, well, that is an excellent over, just good line and length, nothing more. Yeah, what do the England batsmen do? They're happy to just play it out. They're ahead of the game, sure, 90 from 11. Shows you really, if you miss your line and length, as the West Indies bowlers did with the new ball, you're going to get punished.
Wonderful holiday destination, the island of Grenada. Of course, it's had its own turbulent history dating back to 1983 with the revolution, but it's called the Spice Isle because of the production of mace and nutmeg that has been prevalent across this very hilly terrain. But trying to negotiate that terrain now will be O'Shane Thomas. Right arm fast, what can he produce?
You could be a tour guide, Bish. The knowledge of all these places. We had the same in Barbados. This could be interesting. Thomas has bowled with good pace, but also he's been erratic at times. Sort of bowler that batsmen won't mind facing.
It's the bigger side of the ground, and you wonder with the fielders so far back whether that was the impact of it. Had it been on the other side, Bishu might have had a chance.
You can see at the top of his mark, he's bowling cross seamers. Alex Hales, that is just pretty poor cricket all round, really. Wasn't the greatest delivery, miles down the leg side. Poor shot from Hales, lands safe. You know, every time, decent line and length, there's not much the batsman can do. More communication between Hales and Bairstow. Hales just letting him know that it looks like at times he's rolling his fingers across the top of the ball for a slower ball. And just watch his hands now. Looks like he's just going for cross seamers all the time. Yes, same again.
Interesting contrast with Brathwaite from the other end, who's going seam up. So is that a directional thing, or is it just the fact that he's looking for an orthodox reaction from the ball off the surface?
Right on.
94 without loss.
It's given two reasons, isn't it? One, because he's not sure about controlling the ball, or the other one, as you say, because he thinks it might just stop in the surface, come off at a different speed that the batsman is not used to. We saw him swing the new ball in Barbados, swing it out. I'd say if he can control this on this surface, it's probably a better way to go.
It's not searing pace from Carlos. He's just about fast medium, but his length so far has been good. A good grouping of deliveries into a length, slightly fuller on a couple of occasions. Very good. Now, how does the batsman now, with that predictability, how do they approach this? Still straddling the crease. Just a little bit of a shimmy down the track.
Well, the problem is they got so far ahead of the game. That is an excellent start. 94 off 12 and a bit. Can just relax. Alex Hales will be desperate for a score. Done the hard work. He's got himself in 38 from 34. As he has a wild swing. Couple of steps down, walking down rather than charging.
Very good. You can sense pressure building, in the sense of frustration, I should say, more than pressure, at not being able to continue the same tempo as against the other bowlers. A few bowlers who might go for a change-up. Excellent.
Oh, you can just see it building. Tried a few things in this over. Has Alex Hales this time tries to launch him straight over mid-off. Give himself just a hint of room. Mid-off is in the circle, long on his back. Or is he just going to go back into his shell for the last ball of the over?
Again, just one off the over, and he's breathing heavily. 95 without loss.
I'll tell you though that it has just ramped itself up, the heat today. Pretty humid over the last couple of days with all the rain around. Now it's as hot as it's been since we've been in the Caribbean. Certainly, when did we get here? Myself and Nick Knight. Week and a bit ago, Barbados. Today will be the hottest.
Yes.
5 previous games played here, 3 of those was Zimbabwe, a lowly ranked team against the Windies. So you didn't get significant first inning scores. The Windies, I think, batted first once in that series, got 300. And then Bangladesh, before Bangladesh started climbing the one-day rankings table, played a couple of matches as well before they were playing at their very best. So it does influence the score. The average score just a little bit is not necessarily fairest reflection.
I think as well, when the regulations changed, you had 2 white balls rather than just the one, has made such a difference. Field restrictions become so much harder as well for captains and bowling teams. You almost have to write off a lot of what happened before then.
Yes. Ah!
Look at those sunglasses. They're as loud as it gets. Johnny Bestow's just not had much of the strike over the last 3 overs. And he's quick as well. Go to Hales' end. 100 up for England. 14.4 overs, that's gone at a good clip. Well, this is not a team you want to get yourself injured in. Jason Roy giving Alex Hales the opportunity. Bairstow and Hales, not Bairstow and Roy, put up 100 for England.
O'Shane Thomas. This has been a good period of partnership bowling by Thomas and Brathwaite. It's brought reward.
Just back of a length, he tried to run it down to third man, just ended up playing it pretty much off the face. Bounces back onto the stumps. It's been a good start from Thomas. That is a big wicket. He could have come earlier for the West Indies, but better late than never. Johnny Bairstow didn't face a lot of balls, only faced, I think that was the 6th ball in the last 3 and a bit overs. Lost his rhythm, goes for 56 of just 43 balls, 100 for 1. And everyone's going to have a drink.
Excellent opening partnership then for England, just been broken. Johnny Bairstow, the man out, so England 100 for 1 at a fair clip as well, just shy of 14 overs here in beautiful Spice Island of Grenada. Weather a lot better today. The sun has been shining for most of the morning here. 56 then for Johnny Bairstow. He out of the trap very quickly, played beautifully today, but just dragged one on, looking to get it down to third man, inside edge onto the stumps. England in a very strong position on a pretty slow wicket here. It's a pretty slow outfield as well, so well placed with Joe Root fresh to the crease. Quickest to 5,000 ODI runs, Joe Root. Average of over 50, 51. Not a one-day player. He's been for a long time now. And a very good over. Wicket of Johnny Bairstow, 100 for 1.
It's taken O'Shane Thomas to get the first wicket. It's just a little bit of an inside half, trying to run it down to third man, Johnny Bairstow. That cross seam delivery again, and down and onto his stumps. End of a really fine innings.
Yeah, you shouldn't forget as well the role of Carlos Brathwaite in that wicket. Oh, 3 overs, 0 for 4. Last 15 minutes or so, Johnny Bairstow was a little becalmed, partly because of the spell of Brathwaite. In a good bowling partnership, Shane Thomas and Carlos Brathwaite. First time in the game, really, where they'll feel they've just got a bit of pressure on England.
Brathwaite's figures stand out like a beacon when compared to the other bowlers. None of them have been spared in that first power play.
Last over, Alex Hales just trying to work out a method of how to play Carlos Brathwaite. Played him from the crease, he tried a pull shot, and he tried a big drive as well there. That was right at the end of the over. What he knows is the length. That's what Carlos Brathwaite has been so consistent with. And as a batsman, you can just try and work out how you're going to play that.
Well, he started out trying to get closer to that point.
That's leg. Pull his right arm over.
Used his feet, tried to hit over the top, pull, just trying to get closer to the pitch.
Yes!
Allow himself maybe to be able to hit through the line. But Brathwaite has stuck to his guns. Been getting some stick from Rob Key and Ian Bishop when I said this morning in the opener that I figured it would be about a 270 pitch. Didn't realize exactly how dead it was, but I'm going to stick with it.
Well, Douche, last game that was played, of course, not the last game here because it was a no result, but in Barbados, remember England lost 6 for 35. So that's probably the theory you're working on, is it? That it's all good at the moment for England, but it might not work out.
I know, I'm just desperately hoping, Nick. I did on another 30 runs because England are the best over the par score, because England are the #1 ODI team. And scores here have been notoriously low in the last 5 matches or so. The last game that was played here was 2014, so the pitch could have changed quite a bit since then.
You are clutching now, aren't you? Still,
I am grasping at straws in the most desperate fashion you've ever seen.
Yeah.
For now, just rebuilding the partnership. A little bit of respect as well for the way that Carlos Brathwaite has bowled here. Just knocking it down, trying to get ones.
Well, it's not the type of pitch where you can hit through the line. I got that right. And he's been holding a very, very tight line and length. Taking a pretty patient approach. And with the spate of boundaries that were hit earlier on, he won't mind conceding a couple of singles. 105 for 1.
And with the way Brathwaite's bowling, the control that he's got to his bowling, could almost just put a man on that rundown, couldn't you? Just to say, right, I know what you two are trying to do, Alex Hales and Joe Root. Just not going to allow you to knock it down to 30. You're going to have to come up with something a little different.
Still give the keeper a bit of a chance if there's a little bit of sideways movement.
Yes.
Now, when you watch Joe Root play over the years, particularly when he first comes in, he plays that shot so well. You often talk about him rotating the strike. That's one of his shots. So Jason Holder might just think about putting a man in that position there, just to say to him, got to come up with something a little different. So good at that. Nicely timed, nicely placed. Just a little bit of width, and it's not a pitch you can really enjoy bowling fast on because it's a little slow, and he finds the gap.
Yeah, it's just given a little bit of width. It was a slower delivery, but fast enough for him to use the pace. Just guides it wide of third man.
Great moment for Alex Hales. That takes him to 50. Back in the side. No Jason Roy today with a little hamstring niggle. And that is the perfect response from Alex Hales.
Yes, he's been in and out, but he's been given an opportunity and he's grasped it with both hands.
Classic Alex Hales just took his time to get in this morning when perhaps the pitch was just moving around, the ball was moving around a little bit off the pitch. Now he's set 50 or 47.
Wait, yes.
16 gone now, 114 for one. So plenty of batting to come. Morgan has been in great touch throughout the series so far. Stokes back in the side today. He's had a little ankle niggle. Plenty of bowling options as well. Spot again. Really feel for Alex Hales, who's back in this side now, feeling on top of the world. I know that 100 is what he's aiming for right now, but again he showed that even though he's been out of the side, in the nets and not having much match practice, as soon as he gets his chance, so good at taking it. Just asking you off air, Douche, whether you'd ever been dropped and come back in the side. You said you'd never been dropped in the West Indies. How about that?
No, never. Just I missed one test match in 82 test matches. I missed one with a broken finger, but it's never dropped.
There's no good asking you what it's like being Alex Hales coming back into the side. Just helped on its way. Again, just a little wayward this time. But Brathwaite has been so economical up to this point.
Yeah, I knew where you were going with that. Again, it's just this pitch is so slow and so good. Delivery wasn't that short. Lots of time to just work it away. Very little margin for error.
Yes, 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 yes.
Who else would never have got dropped, do you reckon, in your era?
Viv Richards, obviously. I don't think either Greenwich or Haynes would have been dropped. They might have been out through injury. I don't remember. Well, Clive Lloyd definitely. Oh, there would have been a few, quite a few. Malcolm Marshall was never dropped. Anyone who missed test matches in that era of the regular players would have been through injury. I missed one test with a broken finger, and that was about it.
Are there any other good keepers that were pushing you in that era?
None who could bat. that I remember in that time, there wasn't anyone really pushing as such. Coming on to the end of my career, a couple of other keepers were around and they got tried after. Remember, I played my first 2 test matches as a batsman. The wicket keeping came after. 119 for 1.
Test hundreds, and Alex Hales hoping to get 100 here. 55 at the moment. Played beautifully, really smartly as well. Back in the side today.
Get it, though.
Even though he scored a lot slower than Bairstow, he never really was tied down. And a very timely half-century for Alex Hales. Just 51 deliveries. Mostly in the square areas, as I predicted.
Settle into a better length now. Brathwaite's led the way. 5 overs none for 14. Thomas now has worked out that just back of a length on this surface is the one to restrict England's stroke play. Initially Sheldon Cottrell went full. That's in search of swing. A little bit of swing, but even when the ball wasn't swinging, he stayed a little too full. But there is the length. Now, given knocked out, but they are very, very confident, the West Indies.
We have a review
straight away.
Original decision not out. Can we start with the front foot, please? With a fair delivery, can we go on to front on spin vision? Thank you. Bat's near the ball. It's also away from the body, so we go to ultra edge when it's available, please. Okay, just rock and roll that, please. Ball through, keep going. Okay, that's it, thank you. There's a spike there on ultra edge. We go back to the on-field umpire. Bruce, you're going to need to overturn your decision to out. You're on screen now. You can signal out. You're on screen. Thank you.
And that is why they were so confident. Very animated, the West Indies. They have found the right length to bowl now. And Joe Root just had a little waft at it, and the little spike there on ultra edge. You could just hear the noise.
It was good bowling from Shane Thomas. He'd been bowling very straight. Tucked him up and then gave him something wide. Threw the bat at it, Joe Root. Thinnest of edges. He goes for 5. England now 120 for 2.
So last 20 minutes or so, just found the right lengths to bowl. And Shane Thomas is the man that's picked up the wickets, but good combination, these two, Brathwaite and Thomas. And in form, though, he's played really well in the series so far. Because the scoring rate has been so good, they're 120 for 2 of 17.5. It just gives Owen Morgan a chance just to settle. Won't be concerned at all about getting out the traps quickly. Slip in place, it's a good move. The way he's controlling the length that he's bowling.
Halfway on, 3 to go.
Vastly experienced, over 200 games, Owen Morgan. Bit of a sound, but none of the fielders seem to be in any doubt as to whether or not there was a nick on that. As a keeper, you don't throw it away unless you're sure.
Beautifully timed. Slow outfield it is, but it's hit so well that it found the gap and went for 4. Lovely start for the captain.
It's a big spike there as it passes the bat. No one seemed to be in any doubt except the umpire.
For 2.
This is just a sign of the kind of form Owen Morgan is in. It's just come to the wicket and timed that beautifully.
Yeah, different sides over the years have employed different tactics to bowling to Owen Morgan. Some have gone short and wide. I can think of New Zealand. Some have gone short at him and had a leg gully and a leg slip. Tried to make it uncomfortable. Australia did that a couple of years ago. Looks like the West Indies are just going to bowl top of off stump initially when he comes in and have a slip in place.
That's middle.
Gift, but gets away with it somehow.
That's middle.
Thank you.
Right arm over. Owen, it's coming round.
A lot of changes. So third man goes from slip to third man and round the wicket now for the left-hander. I'd encourage the skipper to put that slip back in the middle of a really good phase here, the West Indies. They get rid of Morgan now. Maybe Jeff Dujon's 270 still on.
Just a little bit of extra bounce. So close to the edge. Still a healthy run rate for England. 1 point it was up to 10. Pulled it back nicely, the West Indies, and picked up 2 wickets.
Nicely played, intentionally played. Gets it very fine, no chance for third man. 130 for 2.
Well, we've seen him try this before, Alex Hales. He knows there's no slip. Just needs to get it fine off that wide third man.
Good spell. Last 9 or 10 overs for the West Indies here.
Wait there, wait there.
All started with Carlos Brathwaite.
Just carves that square, but there's a man sweeping.
Who are the former players of note from Grenada then, over the years?
Well, there would be Junior Murray, Raul Lewis, Devon Smith, Andre Fletcher.
Pulled away, just swatted, just a little too short. Getting good touch throughout the series. He's picking up the length very quickly.
Way too short on a pitch like this, and got what it deserved. Really slow surface, you've got to be fuller than that.
6 from the over, 136 for 2.
I think I left one out, Nelan Pascal as well, is from Grenada. So there have been quite a few.
Hero from the second game in Barbados, Sheldon Cottrell, back into the attack. It's not a big crowd by any means here in Grenada. They're just all happy that we've got some cricket after the washout in the last game. No result. They did toss up, but absolutely no cricket possible. There's the odd shower forecast for the day, but at the moment it all looks fine. He might just have to bowl a little differently in his second spell to how he bowled in his first. He was very full, looking for swing, and that's understandable. But, the success has just been back of a length, perhaps the odd cutter, cross seam. A little too full to start with. Yeah, just a little fuller than in that first, and that's fine, isn't it? That's what you want from your swing bowler, searching for that swing early on. That's understandable. And then since then, they've realised there's nothing in the pitch and no lateral movement, so they're trying to bang it into that length, just short of a length. They're getting much more reward.
And posted at deep square leg.
No run! No run!
Spot. You have to bother paying your ticket. sure how you get up there though, Douche. That's the only thing.
There's got to be a road somewhere up there. That area looks as if it's been cleared so they can have a look. Good over from Sheldon Cottrell. Just one from it. And after 21, England are 137 for 2.
A slower passage of play for England in power play 2. In that first power play, they were very good. England getting to 89 without loss in the first 10. Beyond that, they average just about 4.3 runs per over. Different approach adopted by the West Indies, opting to be a little bit shorter in length, more consistent as well. A few bad deliveries. Jason Holder was a little bit expensive in his first spell. Usually he accumulates a lot of dot deliveries to the opposition batsman.
You'd say, wouldn't you, even with shots like that, that they got it wrong in that first power play, the Windies bowlers. As soon as Brathwaite was the one who led the way, as soon as he's just hit back of a length, a few cross seamers, albeit Brathwaite was seam up, Thomas was cross seam. It hasn't looked easy to score. It looks like the sort of pitch you've either got to be trying to smack the ball out the park. Obviously you wait for bad balls, you can put them away, but there's not a lot you can do with just decent back of a length straight. Again, just see just a little bit stopping. Dry surface. When you see a side go to cross seamers, it's because it's dry and they think it's just going to hold up as it hits the surface.
Maybe a contributing factor. Ball softening a bit. Not as pacey off the surface. All balls bowled today. Windies opting for a little bit shorter length. Beautiful shot. Owen Morgan it is. It's his third boundary of his innings.
It's an excellent shot, but actually Holder's got to just think that he's forced Morgan to take a risk. So in some way, as hard as it is for a bowler, in this format, you've got to think, do you know what, I've won there in a funny sort of way. He doesn't want to be taking risks, he just wants to tick along and not have to worry about anything.
Nice single. I'm most impressed by this England top 5 and their strike rates in one-day cricket. Majority, or if not all, 80 plus. Number of them striking over 100. That's real power in this batting lineup.
I'll ask you, as someone who's completely impartial, who would you go as the top order? We'll do that in a second. Who would be your openers out of the 3 choices? 143 for 2.
Good platform being built here by England. So a lot of wickets in hand. One set batsman, Alex Hales, will be thinking about 3 figures. This opportunity to bat out in the middle in this series is well on his way.
Hales is throwing a spanner in the works. Who would you go? Hales, Bairstow, Hales, Roy, Bairstow, Roy. What's the best opening partnership?
Must be Jason Roy. The form that he's shown.
He's a dead cert for you. He is nailed on for you, is that right?
He is #1 in my estimation, based on his record, his ability to take the attack to the opposition. Brings that fearless approach to England's cricket. I always believe openers, they set the tone for a team and its innings. Just exudes confidence, which is what you want in one-day cricket and white ball cricket, as a matter of fact. Take nothing away from Johnny Bairstow, from Alex Hales. Always good to have competition in any team. There he is. And Alex Hales will just keep Johnny Bairstow on his toes at the top of the innings.
Right there.
As we're seeing here with the inclusion, in my estimation, of Andre Russell in this West Indies squad. You're seeing an improvement from Carlos Brathwaite in terms of his bowling, his focus. This spell so far already best of what we've seen from the West Indian seamers. So competition, in my estimation, is healthy. And Brathwaite will know if Andre Russell has to play, it might be his spot he will take.
Seen a fair amount of Andre Russell, and if he's fit, fully fit as well, I think he could be a real special player in the World Cup for the West Indies. If you owned a franchise, if you're in charge, if you were a coach of one of the T20 franchises, he would be, at his best, one of the first names you'd sign. He is in the heat of the game at everything. He opens the bowling, he fields in the hot seat, he bowls at the death, and then he comes in the lower middle order and tries to win you the game. You just get value from it.
In 2018 CPL, Andre Russell batted in the top 5 as well. Played some really special innings. Remember when he single-handedly took down the Trinbago Knight Riders in one game at the Queen's Park Oval. Yeah, Jamaica Talawas. That's his team in the Caribbean Premier League.
Can bowl quick as well, Andre Russell. I remember watching him in the Big Bash, and Mike Hussey was the captain 2 or 3 years ago, maybe even longer. And he'd have a short leg in the first 6 overs when Russell was bowling. Oh, with good pace. Seen him as well in the blast back home. Hit the ball miles. Everyone would have seen that in the Caribbean, but I think he would be value for money.
Not a tidy over from the West Indies. Just 2 runs conceded. 145 for 2. Quite humid out in the middle. On this ground, nestled by these hills. Pitch again through that backward point region. We've seen a number of shots played in that region. Jason Holder not opting for a gully early in the innings.
Well, seamers have been the way to go so far. Holder 3.1. Brathwaite, excellent 6 overs, 0 for 20. He has shown them the way. Spinners have been very expensive, albeit a lot of that was in the power play. It was a move that didn't actually work at all.
Morgan. Very good contributions by him with the bat before this match, in the top 5 run scorers in this ODI series.
No!
Two half centuries in Barbados. Wayne Morgan. I felt in that second one-day international when he lost his wicket, that led to that slide that we saw. Windies going on to win by 26 runs in that second one-day international. Made it easily in the end. We've seen an improved fielding effort by the Windies in this one-day international.
Yeah, generally comes when the bowling has more control as well. Not sure about that passage.
Should be a couple runs. Made mention of the Windies and their good fielding in this one-day international. Bravo very early in the innings. All players diving around. Ashley Nurse, Captain Jason Holder. Not afraid to get down and put their body on the line, which is what you expect from an international team competing against the number 1. Gets it through. Swivels on this one. Was angling down the leg side. Brings up the 150 for England.
Poor delivery at just the wrong time as well. The pressure just releases. At the start of the over, Alex Hales was looking for a boundary. Nearly chipped one up in the circle. Just as it builds with dot balls and only singles, that boundary will just help him relax again. Help yourself. See the line early, doesn't have to hit it hard at all.
England will want Alex Hales to bat all the way to the end. Anchor the innings. And if he does that, it would allow the likes of Wayne Morgan, their captain, and Stokes play freely, maybe try to capitalize more in power play 3. England runs per over throughout the innings within the range of 6 to 6.5.
What you see here is as well that a little bit the different strengths of the 3 opening batsmen. Someone like Roy and Bairstow are just going to keep going and going, and that's all well and good when Joe Root's in at the other end. What Alex Hales can do, and is more prepared to do, you'd say, than the other two, is not drop anchor, but just play that role. You say he wants to be there at the end. Bairstow and Roy, you feel, just want to smash it. Hales, to some extent, you feel, just wants to then go through the gears, up and down, manoeuvre the ball around, let other people play around it.
I also think you've got to factor in that this is his first game of the series, Alex Hales, so he'll want to make an impression. He'll be thinking 3 figures more than anything else. So maybe more controlled in his aggression, thinking about his individual score in the context of the game. He has the opportunity. Yet another one-day 100. He's got 6 so far in his career. Alex Hales, and if he can score his 7th one-day international century here, will put him in better stead leading into the World Cup for this England side. Fumble. Nicholas Puran on the field for Jason Holder, the captain.
He can't avoid the ball, Puran. Every time he's been in the field, it comes to him, whether that was in Barbados when he was playing as 12th man. Could have hit that anywhere on the offside. Width and full.
Better effort. Rob, I was looking at Joe Root and that dismissal. The fact that he nicked the ball and he didn't walk. Saw it for the second time on this tour. Second innings of the second test. As Harry Joseph found the edge, didn't walk again. Were you a walker?
No, absolutely not. I suppose it's a generational thing, isn't it? You ask players from previous generations and they were all say they were walkers. My generation, your generation, generally we get on with the job umpire.
Glorious. Alex Hales, well, he's growing in stature in this innings. High elbow, then try to overhit it. Just look how he caresses this one.
An excellent description, that high elbow. Hitting through the line, not trying to hit it too hard, holds it right at the top of the handle. Really good shot. Premeditated again. So much. There's so many times we watch one-day international batting, whoever it is, there's so much premeditation. Days when people just waited for bad balls in this format. You block a couple and then you start premeditating.
Adjustment to the field. Midoff goes back. Third man comes in. One delivery left in this over. Windies conceding a boundary in the last few overs. A bit of indecision there. Sent back, and quite rightly so. 25 overs gone, 163 for 2.
I reckon he counted well there, Alex Hales. Were you a walker? To walk or not to walk? I definitely wasn't.
If I nicked it, I walked. I remember one occasion. Yeah, I remember one occasion.
Did you get a medal for that? Or?
No. I just felt with technology, with the amount of cameras, it makes sense knowing that you nicked the ball and standing there.
It's not quite as noble then being a walker because you didn't feel you get away with it.
I also think sometimes as a batsman we're not quite sure if the ball made contact with the bat, if the bat makes contact with the ground, or you make contact with your body or pads.
I'll start walking when they start calling you back, when you're not out LBW, when they appeal, or when you nick one that you haven't hit. Then you can start walking. Until that happens, you just wait till the umpire gives you out. Cue a barrage of abuse on Twitter.
Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Start, Ashley.
We'll see any spin. Adil Rashid generally spins it more than most, or leg spinners spin it more than off spinners. So there might be something in it later on.
I looked at the scorecard for the last first-class match played at this venue. It was to the end of January 2019. There was a left-arm spinner, back of the arm spinner that picked up quite a number of wickets. Just pulls it back. Good effort from the big man, Alan Cottrell. I think the advantage with Adil Rashid is his courage to bowl his googlies and to show his variations. In one-day cricket, which is something we've not seen from Devendra Bishu.
Catch it now.
Is it the chance? Good catch. Very good catch. Shimron Hetmyer, you can't keep this young man out of the game.
Oh, that is judged perfectly. He really had to run, get across as quick as he could, had to worry about the boundary cushion as well. Hales was a man who was set, not out of the middle of the bat. You see it twist in his hands. Still, he would have hoped. He sets himself well. That is a well-judged catch. Those things can make a massive difference. He could have done with that sort of fielding in that first ODI. Not sure what that is, Mark. Not 100 for Alex Hales on his return to this one-day side. 82 from 73, 165 for 3. Lots of entertainment at the ground. At the Grenada National Cricket Stadium, Jos Buttler makes his way to the crease. Comes in ahead of Ben Stokes. I guess is to maintain the left-right combination. This was the dismissal. What's most important here was the timing of the jump. Shimron Hetmyer doing it to perfection. Whilst on the move, judging the catch and timing his jump. Let's give him credit for the way he cushions the fall as well. Just rolls with the momentum, keeps the ball in his hand. What is that celebration? Do you know what that is?
I don't have a clue. Looks like a cobra head. But wickets have not been easy to come by for the West Indian spinners. Devendra Bishu had that solitary wicket in the first one-day. 26 overs gone, 166 for 3.
He's got a bit of work to do to catch up with his mate Cottrell. Very good courage though. It looked like he gave that one just a little bit more air as well, so that just tempted Hales into the big shot. Keep just firing it in, they keep just ticking along. Sometimes courage is being prepared to get smacked out of the park to try and get a wicket. Plenty of batting still to come.
Change of bowler. Right arm over.
New player at the crease. Buttler. Immediately Devendra Bishu, after that expensive first over, brought into the attack.
He had it pretty tough, didn't he, bowling to Johnny Bairstow in the power play. Dragged him down. Bairstow tucked into him.
Hey!
Starts with a wide. Length was good. Line off to the left-handed Win Morgan.
Oh, is he?
What appeal was their bat on this one. O'Shane Thomas couldn't quite intercept. Another boundary conceded. Runs given.
It's an extraordinary passage of play. It looked like it was a good shout for LBW, but he gets like an under edge onto the ball and beats a short fine leg. Could have done better, surely. A little bit of drift as well. The wind is across, or the breeze is across. Just see it, just pushing the ball away from the left-handed Morgan, then it spins back in. And now's the time just to take the pace off the ball, see if you get some turn out of this surface. Yeah, this is that one over he bowled in the power play. Thankless task, smashed by Johnny Bairstow. 3 on the bounce, this one just crept over.
Get it now.
For a minute he would have been interested at deep mid-wicket. Would have ruined his figures on the first few balls.
Right arm over.
8 deliveries so far from Bishu. He's already conceded 25 runs.
Go Bish, go Bish. Stop it there. Go Bishy.
Want to see him be a little more brave, Devendra Bishu. Show us that googly that you have, that wicket-taking delivery.
Give him some air as well. Let the ball get it up above the eye line. Don't just go flat because Buttler's a good hitter. He's only just come in. He's under pressure. Take a chance. Don't just push it in. Try and get some flight. Try and get the ball to drop.
Chris Gale, the stand-in captain. Jason Holder not on the field, and there is a first slip. Good sign. Not quite sure about the shades though. What he's doing is he's sending a message to Devendra Bishu. I'm trusting your ability. I have confidence in you. Spinning the ball, maybe getting an outside edge.
Catch him. That looked like you, Bish.
173 for 3.
That's over balls.
Time to just hustle through, try and get as many overs in as quickly as you can. Double spin, just rattle through, try and get through 5 or 6 overs before the batsmen have looked up. And he's got so many more options now as Holder, or Chris Gale is captain, and at the moment as Holder isn't on the field. So much better when you have options as a captain.
Ashley Nurse will continue.
Go.
It's an opportunity for the West Indies to bowl more deliveries to Jos Buttler, who's just come to the crease. Let's create a little more pressure on this partnership. Lloyd Morgan, he's been nearly fluent, 25 from 32. But if they can create pressure, it might just prompt that aggression.
Catch it.
A little more risk-taking. That was short and put away.
91.8 kilometres per hour, just trying to bowl too flat. I'm afraid just Butler's just come in. Just try and tempt him with the big shot. That's what got the wicket of Hales. When they go for those reverse sweeps, it's harder to play when pace is off the ball. Now's the time. You're not going to have long if Jos Buttler gets in. Now's the time just to try and tempt him with a couple.
No! Good stuff, big man. Good stuff, big man.
And again, this is serving it up to Jos Buttler. He's a quality player, doesn't miss out at all.
What is Cottrell doing? Every time we see Buttler go for the pull shot, and then we see Cottrell fall over. Yeah, not the best. What did you say about getting your body on the line?
Average effort. Sheldon Cottrell not assisting his colleague, yeah. He'll be disappointed with that effort. And get down in time. Was not balanced. Maybe he was on the move. Single to finish the over. Expensive one, 9 runs from it, 182 for 3.
Well, a tight period for the West Indies, just slackening up a bit with a few boundaries. England cruising along at just at 6.5. Issue. Lucky to get away with that one. Well, that's gone for 4. Just Buttler quickly into stride. Picked himself up a couple of boundaries early. This one took it from outside off stump, got it nice and square. Devendra Bishu had to be brought back into the attack, but you think it was the right time, Bish?
Yeah, no problem with the timing of it.
Seven from the over, we've had 29. England 189 for 3. Jason Holder back on the field.
Smart batting, really. That's a change in the field, because in Nurse's last 2 overs, Buttler played a couple of pull shots past Cottrell. One of 2 men short behind square at the time. Now one has been pushed back, so the single has become available to rotate strike.
Not sure that Nurse's line was particularly good one. They'll pick up a couple here. I just think he's been played a bit too much off the back foot. Pull and cut suggests that his length is just a bit too short. Long off and long on our back. Should be looking to bowl a little bit fuller. Straighter to the left-hander. He's got a deep mid-wicket as well.
Mindful of that little reverse sweep that Morgan likes to play as well. Just one man behind square offside.
He's eyeing that area over cover. Lucky to get away with that one. He'd opened up to hit it over the top of cover. Just there. Times it well. Should be cut off. Just Maya not able to pull it back. Should have. 30 guns, 196 for 3.
Really smart batting as well, because there's a man deep to the right of screen for that reverse sweep. So he's come squarer, and that means a huge gap between Shimron Hetmaya long off, not a huge gap between his hands. He really should have stopped that. And Morgan has managed to find some empty space, and there's a lot of it over there. All that caused because he can play a reverse sweep.
There's a bit of a conference as to what the next move should be. It's going to be Bishu again. Seven off that last over, by virtue of that misfield by Hetmaya off the last delivery. West Indies should be looking to minimize the boundaries. No, it's a slow pitch. Singles easy to get. Bishu should be looking to bowl a bit fuller. Struck firmly. Look for 2, but Darren Bravo onto that quite quickly. It's just a matter of time before Owen Morgan took that one out. Reverse sweep brings up the 200 for England.
Yeah, and because of this shot, the man sweeping on the offside is very square. Usually he around to cover extra cover on the boundary, but they're trying to protect that, and that's what's opened up the gap between the sweeper and long off. Goodness gracious, Devendra Bishu, they have to look to go back to Seema for me to get wickets here.
Absolutely. Seen it so often. That delivery pulled down. At least one every over. In his first over, Johnny Bairstow got a couple of gifts which he put into the stands. And Josh Buttler gets one there. End of 31, 206 for 3.
They don't have a problem with the spinners coming on. I think you had to try to squeeze them in somewhere in the middle of the innings, but it really hasn't improved since the first over he bowled. Question is with Seema.
It's 19 overs to go now. And my 270 has gone through the window.
Nice, man, nice boy.
Don't give up already. There's still time.
Soup coming now, Ash. Soup coming now, Ash.
Hold your ground, Jeffrey. Don't give up so easily.
Oh yes, boy. Oh. Good stuff, Ashley. Good stuff, Ashley.
Well, it looks as if he's done himself a mischief now, Ashley Nurse.
Soup coming now, Ash. Soup coming now, Ash. Hey, yes, bowling, big man, bowling, big man. He's hiding that sweep, Ash. He's hiding that sweep, Ash. Oh, yes. Doesn't want to sweep anymore, Ash. Come on, Ashley. Bowling, big man. Fifth ball, reverse sweep, Ash. Fifth ball, reverse sweep, Ash. Oh, yes, yes. Keep going, big man. Keep going, big man.
I think due to the slowness of this wicket, its margin for error in terms of length as a spinner is very, very small. Slow enough that even deliveries that are pitched up give the batsman enough time to just get on the back foot. So I think the key is to really look to push the ball through a little bit fuller, a little bit more pace on it. It's one of those pitches where you have to find the right pace to bowl as a spinner, I think. We've had 32 overs. It's 207 for 3, and looks like it's time for a drink.
wonderful and interesting terrain across this quite hilly country of Grenada in the Eastern Caribbean. England going well to 7 for 3. 18 overs left in the innings. Morgan 35, Buttler 25.
First wicket to go was Johnny Bairstow. Played one on from O'Shane Thomas. Looking to run it down to third man. Then Joe Root had a go at one outside off stump from Thomas. Got the thinnest of edges. Umpire said not out, it was reviewed. This was Alex Hales, hit it down the ground, and a good running catch from Shimron Hetmeyer, accounted for him. Centuries, both Bairstow and Hales. Figures Carlos Brathwaite, the standout, and at just under 3.5. Trella hasn't done too badly himself.
O'Shane Thomas is back from the Darbo Hills end, bowled from the river end this morning, quite impressively initially in that partnership with Carlos Brathwaite that pegged England back. Picked up a couple of wickets, but he bowled largely very straight early up to the right-handers, and a good length. Brathwaite was exemplary. Magnificent striking from Owen Morgan. Firstly, the bravery to use your feet to 141 kilometers per hour.
He's a very good improviser, Owen Morgan. The wicket gave himself enough room to get those arms going. Out the middle of the bat. 48 the partnership now.
Spinners have gone the journey, and that's the challenge that the Windies will face in these next couple of games. In that the World Cup is just a few matches away, and as yet this gentleman has not sealed his spot. So do you have time if Issue doesn't get into the wickets, if he doesn't continue bowling to a high level? He gets stuck.
Big question mark there, I think. You got to ask yourself what his role is. Is he fulfilling that role? Is he enhancing the attack? 1 for 78 in the first game, none for 49 in his 10 in the
.214 for 3. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but I think his role would be to get wickets. I know that's what the Windies have wanted from him for quite some time. put in an impressive performance. Fabian Allen, the young all-rounder from Jamaica, in the squad, left-arm spinner.
I think the West Indies need to be looking at these games as a testing ground. They're playing against the premier team in the world. And you've got to now say to yourself, is this attack good enough against the best? Is this combination of bowlers good enough against the best? And I think there's still some questions to be asked where that is concerned. Bishu has had a long for these two. Good time, 45 deliveries. And if, as you say, Bish, he's picked to take wickets, has he done so to the extent that he is an asset? Or should someone with a little bit more control be looked at? We'll push for two here and get them. I reckon if you're not getting wickets, you need to have control.
Get it, though.
It's just starting to open up now, Wayne Morgan. Normally scores very quickly.
Keep going, buddy.
To 20 for 3.
Local steel band providing a little of entertainment in between overs. There's a Shane Thomas back into the attack. Well, he's bowled in the second over of this spell. So he's looking a little bit unbalanced, as if he's trying to get some rhythm out of his run. It doesn't look too smooth. Be careful not to overstep. Well, that's well played. Buttler well across his stumps and just held that down to vacant. Fine leg.
know a lot of teams who would just avoid having a short fine leg to Josh Buttler because he manipulates the field and he plays the field very well. Once he spotted that short fine leg, it was on. And that's the difficulty bowling to himself and Owen Morgan.
Both of them very mobile in the crease. Gives the bowler a lot to think about.
It's such a critical time if you look at the West Indies point of view as well. You're heading into the last 15 overs at this foundation with the depth of batting. England are going to look to tee off if they can get to 260 by 40 and then look for 90 at least off the last 10.
That's out of here and brings up Owen Morgan's 50. Third 50 on the trot in this series. Rank long hop from O'Shane Thomas. Gets deep in his crease. And deposits this at mid-wicket.
England's captain has struck a rich vein of form, 6th half-century in his last 8 innings. Average over 190 in Sri Lanka in the previous ODI series. Nothing better than heading to a World Cup in your best form.
Just a single. Stokes to come, the West Indies staring down the barrel of a big one. It's been a good over, 12 from it so far. Last ball. Just couldn't quite get hold of that one, almost. And as 35 overs are completed, England are 232 for 3.
Well, the platform is certainly set. As the last 15 overs got Morgan 54 from 57, played beautifully and responsibly. That allows Josh Buttler just to creep along, 32 from 28. Say they look on for a very good score on this surface.
Before this over, last 5 overs, 36 runs to England.
It's good that Cottrell is now no longer in the circle on that sweep. When he was doing that earlier, he had no chance. He was just jumping out the way. Buttler was hitting it so hard.
Spoke about the strike rates of this England batting lineup. The distinction between strike rates and dot deliveries, which they've done well collectively as a team. Been able to score a number of deliveries. Jason Roy. He's been excellent in terms of his dot percentages. Joe Root as well. Just Buttler, known for his ability to rotate the strike, score off a number of deliveries.
Yeah, decent over, 3 from it. 235 for 3.
Boyd Morgan yet again showing consistency with the bat. Another half century in this one-day series. 55 from 58 so far. 5 fours, 2 sixes. Read the situation of the game and play accordingly. Difficult batsman to bowl to. Has the ability to judge the length of the ball very quickly.
It's got a real carnival feel to it, that track that we play underneath that batting, doesn't it? I don't think you'd want to listen to it for too much longer. It's just about right. Well, that's hit really hard. Gale had extra cover, didn't even move, just watched it go straight past him.
Went like a rocket through that extra cover region. It's such a strong base. Morgan, powerful hands, commits himself to the stroke, picks his gap, and that's on the up.
You just can't afford any width. It's a slow surface, so the quicker you bowl, with any sort of width, you can just throw your hands through it. You can trust the bounce outside that off stump. Now around the wicket, trying to cramp him for room. Well, that's better. You see that angle. It's a similar line, maybe just a fraction straighter, but because he's on that round the wicket angle, it's coming back in rather than going across.
Just getting a little bit wider on that delivery. Ends up to shape the ball into the left-hander.
It's like a baseball hitter, doesn't he, Morgan? When you see it like that, that bat really high. And he looks like he just loads onto that back foot and he's just waiting to come forward. He's in really good touch at the moment.
This gives you a little more time when your setup allows for your bat to be lifted already. Doesn't come from all the way down. Spoke about batsmen with the lowest percentage of dots. Jason Roy at the top, Hetmeyer, Joe Root. Those top 3 in the 30s.
Tell you what, I'm surprised at that graphic that Joe Root's not at the top of that. Actually, Jason Roy, you just remember the big shots that he played, certainly in that first innings. Didn't do much in the second ODI. Hetmeyer again, he's so impressive. Not only do you have the eye-catching boundaries, he's able to manoeuvre the ball around. Then you have Joe Root. Where was Chris Gale on that? Chris Gale somewhere more down the bottom, you'd think, wouldn't you? But up there with the sixes and the distance that he hits the ball. There you go, third from bottom, 53.
And for viewers, it's very different from your strike rate. It's your ability to score majority of the deliveries that you face. Some players do it well. Some players struggle. They're stronger in terms of your boundary hitting ability, like a Chris Gale, who can make up for dot deliveries at the start of his innings, at the back end.
Good Yorker. You'd have to say that Gale is probably one of the slowest, if not the slowest, between the wickets now. Maybe him or Trescothick back in England still playing. Great player, lost his speed.
even though he has that limitation, manages to add value to his team.
Another good Yorker. 37 done, 240 for 3.
Thomas, he's been very good. Had a really good spell of bowling alongside Carlos Brathwaite. Just underscores the importance of bowling in partnership as well. Getting it in the block hole.
I think at the start, anything over 300 you felt was right in the game. England got off to such a good start. You said in the pitch report that actually felt it might get better though throughout the game.
Yeah, based on statistics, majority of teams up to chase, and they achieve it quite easily, more often than teams batting first. I also think you must consider the slowness of this outfield. Not as quick as compared to Kensington Oval in Barbados. Look at that record.
Oh, what a shot. Don't even look at where that's gone. That was just in the slot, but he hits it so well. There's no effort into that at all.
West Indies finding it difficult to contain this pair. Partnership of 83. Just playing ball on merit, no improvisation. Scoring very quickly, these two.
Do you remember the days when people really had to swing themselves off their feet, or at least use their feet to try and hit it that far? You say he hasn't premeditated. The thing about Buttler is he has the power. If he just sees it up there, he can just hit through the line and he clears the boundary so easily.
He's very adept at playing T20 cricket. Josh Buttler. It's a skill that most players develop, boundary hitting, which can aptly be used in 50-over cricket. 250 for 3. Robin, my conversations with Kyron Pollard and Dwayne Bravo and these T20 players, a lot of them speak about counting their deliveries when they go to practice, making sure that a larger percentage of those deliveries go for boundaries, and they work on their boundary hitting abilities. And that's the modern player, modern white ball player, and also players who play T20 cricket. The ability to hit boundaries come with quite ease.
Yeah, remember the days when we would have been practicing against the new ball in the nets and just looking to leave and spend half an hour just watching that off stump. Those days are gone. Now a lot of the time is spent out in the middle, hitting the ball out of the park. It is a different game. It's a pretty nice spot, that. That's not where we're staying, I know that.
It's a change of bowler. Right arm round.
Grannan's Beach here in Grenada. One of the many beautiful beaches on offer on the island.
Another different way of doing things in this era is the captain is at long on. Do you you put yourself at long on ever as a captain? I thought that was one of the privileges of being, one of the best reasons to be captain was so you didn't have to field on the fence.
All part of the evolution of the game. Most captains would have opted to be in the 30-yard circle. I guess it's a matter of height, maybe ability and skill. Number of players in this current 11. Jason Holder will need to be strategic in terms of where they position. For example, an O'Shane Thomas, a Sheldon Cottrell, Christopher Henry Gale. Different thought process would apply.
The top of his list is Chris Gale. I think Gale is wise enough to know exactly where to go as well. Oh, well bowled, slow ball.
Excellent economy by Carlos Brathwaite so far. Conceded under 3.5 runs per over. It is 7th over, and Jason Holder will look to him to contain the opposition, possibly pick up another wicket.
Umbrella's not for rain. I think that's just because of the heat. It is a hot day here in Grenada. Short again, fast hands from Morgan.
Again, pace off the ball. That to me is a better option on this surface. Gotta use it smartly. Rolling his fingers across the seam. That's hitting into the wind as well.
Brathwaite knows, fine leg back for Jos Buttler. Seen a couple of those ramp shots that he plays already. Generally looks to do that when he just feels someone's hitting a good length over and over again. And Brathwaite changing it up a bit with the odd slow ball, the odd Yorker. He's been impressive today, has Brathwaite. And good finish to another good over. Only 2 boundaries from him today. 39 done, 254 for 3.
This continued left-right combination, and Morgan and Buttler will challenge the West Indies and their bowlers. Constant change in line and lengths. Also Jason Holder, after every delivery, will need to consider his field placings.
Jos Buttler getting the opportunity probably just for left and right hand so they could keep that combination going ahead of Ben Stokes. Usually is carded to come in ahead of Buttler. Handy runs, handy time in the middle for him. 43 from 39, the captain Morgan. And the Joe Root roll, 63 from 69. Been at his best today. The captain, Jason Holder, 4 overs, 0 for 36. Few drag downs at his pace have been easily put away. Oh, that's hit Morgan hard. Needs that thing the umpire's got.
Didn't have any time to react with Morgan. That was struck firmly from Jos Buttler. He just tried to turn and deflect.
It's nothing more than a flick as well. Sometimes you get a feel, don't you, when they're going to play a big shot back at you. That was just a Yorker that was dug out with a flick of the wrists. had that arm guard, that would have helped him. Well, Morgan, the captain, just gathers himself for a moment with the physio. There he is, top of the tree. 6,011 runs in ODI cricket for England. That is the most. 193 matches, 39, very respectable average. 124 his best. Ian Bell, Paul Collingwood, who's one of the assistant coaches for this England team. Joe Root, who continues to just churn out runs nearly every time he gets to the crease. Alex Stewart, what a player he was a lot of the time as wicket-keeper as well. Peterson, Trescothick, two fine players in a similar era. Alan Lamb, someone that generally West Indian supporters and some of the players from that era hold in the highest regard.
Leading from the front, the England captain. Wasn't as innovative as we've seen from him in the past. Played more conventional shots. With the extra cover on the ground. Scored the wicket as well. Windies bowlers were short and off. Capitalized on everything.
It seems like he's okay. Physio trots off. And the crowd just starting to liven up. Been fairly quiet today so far. Joe Denley, England's 12th man. He has 4 in the circle. Now that extra man coming in. Last over of this power play, then he'll be able to have the luxury of just 4 in the circle and more men out on the fence. Oh, big shot into the leg side, set himself early. That has gone a long, long way.
This is smart batting, making use of the conditions, hitting with the wind. Making use of his form as well. Well set, he's aware of all the bowlers and what they're doing. Jason Holder under pressure yet again at the start of another spell.
It's been an excellent series for Owen Morgan, the batsman. Morgan, the captain, nearly always does an excellent job. Tactically, his man management, not always the case that his batting does the talking. Certainly has done on the games we've seen so far in this series. Had a pretty decent summer as well. Looks like just Buttler, if anything, is the one going into teeing off mode. One leg is back for that ramp shot where his third man is normally up. He goes both ways. I'll just be trying to work out if it's going to be Yorker after Yorker.
What you don't want to do as a bowler at this stage of the innings is become predictable. There's no long off, there's a mid off, so Jason Holder may probably go full and straight because there's a long on. Now he's making an adjustment to the field. To Owen Morgan, who's well set. Long on, long off in place.
punches one down the ground. That'll be 10 from the over. 264 for 3. Often feel as well, it's the start of every over. You really, as a bowler and as a captain, have to be on your toes. You generally try and target the first few balls to try and go for that big shot, take the pressure off themselves as a batting unit, and then just tick along if they get that boundary.
England have been very successful in scoring at least a boundary nearly every over. That's the sort of pressure they've imposed on the complement of West Indian bowlers. Carlos Brathwaite has only conceded 2 for boundaries in his bowling.
Yeah, he's certainly been the standout of this bowling attack today. Nice Yorker, slight miscommunication, but actually mid-wicket was on the circle, so it was an easy single. No problems now when you set in a field for Josh Buttler. Little fist pump for the 100-run partnership.
Just backing up that opening partnership as well for England. An even century-run partnership with the opening pair. Hales and Bairstow.
It's an interesting field we have set. Chris Gale up at third man. At the moment, no backward point, just someone in the middle. You've seen that position set before. You've got a deep extra cover, deep backward point, mid-off up. Fine leg back, deep mid-wicket, long on. Just the 4 men in the circle for the third power play. There you go, the wide Yorker. That's a brave ball with this field.
You can understand the thinking here. If he goes full, he's thinking about going wide. Spoke about the partnerships. Opening pair did a really good job to lay a good platform. Now their captain Morgan and Buttler doing the business.
Well, so what have we had there? 2 balls, real wide of that off stump. Butler's a clever cricketer. Starting to work on his options. Try and beat Chris Gow, you've got 4. Beat mid-off as well, you've got 4. Into the leg side. Effortless power again from Buttler. That goes all the way. 50 up for Josh Buttler.
50 of just 45 deliveries. This plan not working. The margin for error is so narrow. Carlos Brathwaite, the minute he goes length, more protection through the onside. So he's got to remain consistent. I think he's got to be consistently full outside the off stump for this field.
It's just extraordinary. You look up and you think that's gone nowhere. Just a flick of the wrists. Nobody moves. That is something that not many people can do. The skill level on that from Buttler. Wasn't the worst ball, low full toss, not quite right in the block hole. Just have a look here. Amazing how he can hit that hard. Well, that's the problem with this field. Excellent over for England, excellent over for Josh Buttler. 15 from it, 279 for 3.
It's all going England's way. The skill, the courage, in a strong position, playing with the freedom that they can do.
Brathwaite has been the pick of the bowlers so far, but he's going to be under pressure. 2 more to go, 8 overs, 0 for 39. He was the one that set the tone. He's got Josh Buttler on the charge, though, now to deal with. Captain Jason Holder continues at the other end, 5 overs, 0 for 46. Not been at his best. Chris Gower, they keep trying to just find places in the circle for him. He's giving some advice to Holder.
Really good period for England in one-day cricket. 450s in an innings for England. The World Cup 2015, they only achieved it 3 times in 644 matches. After World Cup 2015, 6 times in 83 matches. That's how good they've been with the bat in one-day cricket.
This time Morgan joins in. Another maximum for England, another maximum for Owen Morgan.
His 4th 6 of his innings. He's seeing a really special effort with the bat from these two. Gets it cleanly out of the ground. Doesn't go a long distance, but gets enough. Not an easy shot to play. It's a full delivery.
Oh, just a hint of tail. Really close to that wide line. The plan was right. Just a question of when that ball moved away, whether it just went over the line or just a fraction wide of it. This will tell us. Just see that late movement. No, that's good bowling.
Just inside. Good call by the umpire.
Well, he's got the right club at the moment. Nearly goes over the boundary board.
This is going horribly wrong for the West Indies. A lot of boundaries being conceded at the moment still. In power play number 3 after this over. 8 overs remaining, so England in control, in charge, and dominant, you'd say.
Even the mishits seem to go further than they used to. Oh, nearly just enough.
And guess who? Ashley Nurse. I think it was a chance. Always going away from him. Was struck quite firmly from Owen Morgan. Another wide full delivery. Just there.
Well, 6.44. Owen Morgan is now 86 from 77. So much of this innings, he hasn't been able to run a ball. He now overtakes that. He's on the charge for 100. Brilliant batting. Little step across, change of angle, doesn't matter.
Moves into the 90s now. England's captain, Owen Morgan. 8 4s, 5 6s. Jason Holder not getting it right, going full again. Too full on this occasion. Allows Morgan to use the pace. Wasn't a slow delivery.
Just the way that he moves around the crease is making life so hard for the bowlers. He's just trying to preempt what's coming down, and with that man up in the circle, or there's 4 men in, but certainly there's always a gap. We can get it over one of those men in the circle, you're going to get a boundary. Good ball to finish the over, but it's been an expensive one. 21 from it. 300 up for England.
So 300, 253 balls, 191 minutes.
This is Owen Morgan at his very best. 6 into the leg side. This one just across, not out of the middle of the bat, but it doesn't matter. That's probably the one that's purest in the way that he struck the ball. That one just a flick. Problems for Holder and the West Indies.
Very good power play session for England. The first power play, I mean, those red towers steady through the middle. Some good bowling from Brathwaite and from O'Shane Thomas after the first power play, but now the towers have grown again. Real test. And this is where the Windies, we've seen them tested at the beginning and through the middle, not always passing the test, but the death bowling now, Nick Knight, Yorkers, slower ball changes of length will be put under more pressure in this match than has been the case in the 2 previous completed games.
Yeah, and it's Yorker at a premium, isn't it? It's a sort of pitch where you still got something. If you hit the pitch hard with the slower ball on a length, it might still be prosperous, but they've got to make that decision. He's been pretty good, in fact more than good really. 39 with a score of 301 for 3. 39 off his 8.1 is exceptional.
Short third man. 2 men deep offside, deep extra cover and long off. They've manipulated the field well, the batting pair. Might have done it again, split the gap. My goodness, these 2 gentlemen are finding gaps with regularity and real smarts.
Yeah, and the power, it's extraordinary, isn't it, when you think that he's found the gap, but yesteryear that used to be quite a good delivery. Low full toss, but not to these boys. What he's doing with the field pitch as well, he's hoping that he's going to try and take the power out of Buttler's game. He's got 2 third men. He's hoping that he's going to try and dab it down to third man. That's one of his gaps for his boundary, because 3 men behind square up on the offside. But Josh Buttler's having none of it. He's saying, no, you can put those fielders where you like, but I'm going to whack it leg side.
I think for me as well, Nick, is that you look at the gap between fine leg and deep mid wicket. I'll come back to that. Again, trying to get up into the block hole there. I'm sure Carlos Brathwaite for the 2nd time in the over, and it's gone for 2 boundaries, different areas.
Well, there's a very small margin for error when you're bowling at the end, but when you're bowling to these 2 in this form, margin is tiny.
A time where he had short fine leg, he scooped it, he put the short fine leg back, he bowled length, he hit it between deep mid wicket and the fine leg, he brought mid off up, he hit it over mid off. Both of them extremely good at knowing where the gaps and getting the ball there. Where do you go now? Sure, he wants to get him to hit it straight. He gets him to hit it straight, but he has too much power, and it's gone all the way for 6. 150-run partnership.
It's amazing batting, isn't it? I mean, you just said there as a former bowler, bowl straight, you've got cover at long on, long off. Not really, because the way these boys hit it, may as well be 10 rows back. Right idea, right idea to try and bowl that line, try and bowl that length, but you've got to go a little shorter. Just get punished every single time.
It's his ability to dip the back knee for me, Buttler, and be able to get under those low full tosses.
Yeah, it's the wrist work, isn't it? If you have a look at the way he uses wrist.
4 more. What a difference between Brathwaite's first spell of 6 for 20 and the volume of runs that have leaked in these last 3.5 overs. 37. Going round the wicket. Is he trying to go round and into leg stump? Does go round and into leg stump, and he's hit that for 4 as well. All boundaries in the last 8 deliveries. You cannot bowl anywhere to him. 323 for 3.
Well, you've got to hand it to the bowler in some ways. At least he's trying something different every ball. He's trying to work it out how to be successful, but such is the skill of Joss. I think there's a good example, Bish, of the wrist work that we're talking about. Wrist there, just guiding the ball squarer, perhaps, than some others would hit it. So clever, so difficult. I mean, we talk over the years from watching this lad bat about batting 360, and he's showing exactly how to do that.
Just hard to describe that last over, really. I mean, just too good.
So with your bowling head on, and you're watching that, you at the back of your mark, in your heyday, what would you be doing?
Come back to it after this ball from O'Shane Thomas. 93 to Morgan. Wide. Well, certainly given the way things have gone, and I'm not saying I would have had the answer, but I would want Morgan to be hitting it to the bigger side of the ground. That's one. I don't want him hitting leg side, short side with the wind. So that's from that end. But I think you saw Carlos Brathwaite have the theory right. He went Yorker leg stump, he went full and wide, and it hasn't worked if you don't hit the mark. Now wide first ball, and now a no ball, so it'll be a free hit, and things have gone from bad to worse. This amazing. I just think it's amazing batting. Let me just say that straight up.
Absolutely, that's my point to you, really. Like sitting up here and sort of saying you've got to try and do this, try and do that, but the way these two in particular have taken the game forward, and there are many other high-class batsmen who've done the same. And you talk about hitting to one side of the ground. I think that's gone now as well. You can set your field and bowl your line to one side, but they'll just whip across to the offside and whip your leg side. Such is the strength and the power of these guys, and that wrist work that I've talked about. I'm not sure you can say exclusively you'll bowl a line and the length and they will hit it on that side of the ground.
I think you have to try it. The theory is, where can I hide the ball? And you go back to T20, where you bowl a variety of different deliveries and challenge the batsman to beat what line you are trying to bowl. But that's why I say these two guys, Buttler and Morgan, hit the ball in so many areas. It's hard to pin them down in this form. My goodness, that has taken off in a big way. 16-6 of the innings.
And just a nod from Josh Buttler to the skipper. He's done it many, many times before. He'll do it many, many times again. Just off, just what, a few centimetres off.
The lesson we're learning here is a harsh lesson, is that you can't afford to be off. Again, Hetmeyer stands and stares, and it's caught. No, in fact, ricochets off the balcony down at the side screen end. This must be great fun if you're a batsman.
Well, he's just raising a smile now. Absolutely extraordinary.
Last 11 balls to Buttler. 6-4, 4-4, 4-6, 4-4, 6-6-6. Dropped it. Unbelievable. John Campbell.
Pain, agony out there. Finally picked out Campbell in the deep. It was a relatively straightforward catch. It was hit hard and flat, but he'd expect to catch this. Buttler was almost turning around and walking back.
Who gets the 100 first?
And got this ball, Morgan, 94.
That's what I'm talking about. Into the big side, full and wide of off stump, minimize the damage. Ask him to play a scoop or go across the line. You're still in Morgan? Some guns on him, that fella. He's learning skills here, O'Shane Thomas, that will stand him in good stead. It mustn't be allowed to break him, but it's a reality check, if he needed one, of how challenging the best teams in this format are, and for what he will face in a couple of months in India. That's 4. Buttler goes to 98.
Buttler now.
.344 for 3, and still 6 overs to go. Last 50 balls, 50 balls. The last 50 balls, the strike rate is 202. You can associate that with a 10 ball, 20 ball stretch, maybe 25, but 50 balls.
Change, left arm, over.
And maybe it might be Morgan. Nick Knight is going to switch chairs again.
Morgan.
Game must be moving so fast in the mind of the bowler and can be so destabilizing. I think spinning around, options in your head. 3 men in front of square on the boundary leg side. Short fine leg. He does play that scoop shot, which we've seen before. Good indication there of bowling against the field with the short third man. So many players talk about that, bluffing. Gets it square, turns blind, and 100, a 7th ODI 100 for Jos Buttler. It has been the most brutal assault on bowling that we've seen for a long time here in Grenada.
Exhilarating innings. They call him the freak, and it was another freakish innings from Jos Buttler. Bowlers have just been able to come up with nothing. Whatever they've tried has not worked.
Keen to know as a captain how you would handle it. What advice are you handing out? What encouragement are you handing out?
Sometimes, Bish, you can just follow the field a little bit. You can just keep trying things and actually just focus on one particular area that you're going to bowl to. And if he's too good for that, well, sometimes you just have to say it's not your day.
Just 4 runs, just 4 runs off the over, just 4, 348 for 3.
That's his second fastest 100, 46 balls, fastest, 60, then 61, 66, 73, 83 and 117.
Fastest 100 by any batsman in a one-day international in the Caribbean. Jos Buttler is the owner of that stat.
Just overtaken Jason Roy, 65, I think, 65 deliveries in that first ODI in Barbados. That's why they debate, Bish, how they use that man on screen. Sometimes he's carded to come in number 6, coming a little earlier today, but sometimes it's Stokes at 5, sometimes it's Buttler at 5.
In real danger. James Taylor that dropped it up there.
I just want to see the replay, see if it was him. It's definitely him up there. When he put it down, it was a very good field. He wouldn't have dropped this, surely. I think think he's got it. Whether that or it's just come off the rebound, but he's going to claim it all the same.
Wonder if that'll be a no ball. I wonder. The catch is taken. Now there'll be a discussion between Brathwaite, Gregory that is, and the presiding umpire about height.
DRS.
No ball given. Judged to be over waist high, with the batsman standing theoretically in an upright position at the crease. I think that's a fair call. It's a good catch. Not easy, but in vain by Cottrell. Free hit with Owen Morgan on 96. That's 100. That is a magnificent 100 for England's captain Owen Morgan, and it's brought up in quite typical fashion of the way he's played today. Number 12.
One of his favourite shots. Just dropped over long on deep mid-wicket. From the moment he came to the crease today, he's looked still, he's found the middle of the bat, he's looked in complete control, as he's done in the series so far. Really good signs for him, really good signs for England as well. Can be no doubt about England's captain's form leading into this World Cup.
How would you rate this, having seen him play most of his career?
When I watch him play, the first 20-30 balls are always so important for him, as they are for many batsmen, but I think in particular him. Sometimes he moves around a little bit, and he looks a little uncomfortable whether against seam or spin, particularly when the faster bowlers run at him. But in this series, he's looked very comfortable right from the first ball.
Oh my God, there's a little bit of a fade on it as well. 200-run partnership between Owen Morgan and Jos Buttler.
Just you're right, fade. It's just a golf shot, isn't it? There's that wrist again. Unbelievable that he can hit that ball there. See the way the wrists come in. Finds the middle of the bat again.
.369 for 3.
Some lovely looking shots here. There'll be a bit of unorthodox as well, which is what you get with Morgan. But, as I say, right from the start, even against the spin, where sometimes he just struggles to get his innings up and running. Looked in complete control.
It's high, has he middled it? Holder is circling it, he gets it. And finally a wicket for the Windies, and it's a salute from Sheldon Cottrell, even amidst the carnage.
It is, but not before all the damage has been done, A by Buttler and B by England's captain Owen Morgan. He just ran out of a bit of energy, didn't quite find the middle of the bat this time. It was a slow ball and maybe just stuck in the surface a little bit. And in the end, the catch taken. Terrific innings then, 103 to the skipper off 88, 369 for 4.
Ben Stokes has made his way to the middle, not on strike. It's a good shot. Bishu is after it, but Bishu will only throw it back. England's highest total against the West Indies now. Still quite respectable figures given the score for Sheldon Cottrell.
It looked like he was trying to hit that perhaps a little bit more mid on, long on. One of his favoured shots, just sliced away in the end.
It's an amazing replay, because I wasn't looking at Sheldon Cottrell, I was looking at the young kids at the back of Sheldon Cottrell. Have a look in the background. school kids saluting as well. So Owen Morgan take one in the ribs of the bat of Buttler earlier. Stokes nearly wears one.
Imagine being the batting coach, have to throw to these lads in the nets.
Stop you from backing up though as a non-striker, wouldn't it?
As you say, we've seen a few instances. I think Butler's been hit, Morgan's been hit, Buttler nearly hit again.
It's just a tremendous power show from Jos Buttler, one of the most enticing and powerful innings, dominating innings we've seen in the Caribbean. Two sixes away from equaling the world record set in Barbados in the first game of this series. Wow, that hurt. That will hurt Sheldon Cottrell's fingers. 382 for 4.
Just when you watch this and you see this from a bowler's perspective, and it's great entertainment, we're all enjoying it. There's fours, there's sixes. What about the balance between bat and ball? What about a little bit of lateral movement being available for a bowler? Reverse swing, it's just not in the game at the moment for them. And I mean, that just helps them have some sort of margin, doesn't it? Do you want to see that back in the game?
Just in response to your question, some people may have taken a commercial break in between overs, but you're talking about just trying to give a little bit balance between. I'm all for it. I said we were discussing that after the first one, the international in Barbados, that if it's reverse swing, and I understand why the ICC had to use 2 balls, a new ball from each end, the ball kept getting changed. State of the white ball doesn't always hold up. Thomas. The other option, and your point is an excellent point about reverse swing, the other option really is to have pitches which are a little less bland, so that bowlers can have some impact, fast bowlers anyway, on the game. And there's so many ways to describe a six.
I mean, you go back to Waka and Wazim, who were quite brilliant, weren't they? I mean, they were great exponents of bowling with an old ball reverse swing. But with that, just gave them a little margin for error that we're not seeing here. So much more difficult to hit when the ball is moving in that last phase of its delivery.
It's that old thing about the question about having a white ball that is sturdy enough to stand up across the entire phase of the innings.
And that's the point about 2 balls, isn't it? Having 2 new white balls at the start of the innings. I think the idea was when it first came in, correct me if I'm wrong, but it was going to help the bowlers. But actually it's helping the batters a lot of the time. Not always, but a lot of the time.
In vain from Chris Gayle. As valiant attempt as you can expect from a 39-year-old.
Yeah, and he's going to have to bat slightly differently when West Indies start their innings. Don't think he's going to be able to knock it back for the first 5 or 6 or 7 overs. He's going to have to get into his work pretty quickly. He's getting loose now out there anyway.
Forward to that World Cup. I know last Champions Trophy in England a couple of seasons ago, there was a different pitch up at Cardiff, but generally pitches were really very good for batting.
And perhaps a little drier than people thought as well. Dry out very quickly.
Not always going to come where Buttler expects it, but he has allowed himself that little bit of leeway and fortune.
You mentioned the World Cup. Don't discount the role of spinners in that World Cup, because it starts in end of May. Sometimes you think, well, early season in England, pitches dry out very quickly. The drainage now.
.392 for 4. That's where the West Indies, and I'll say this point that we've been talking about all series, the lack of wickets from Bishu and Ashley Nurse is a real scratch head scenario.
It is, and you look at the way England constructed this innings, and straight away, because West Indies new ball bowlers didn't get it quite right, Jason Holder went to Bishu and he went to Nurse, and England just said, no, you can't bowl your spinners against us. We're going to take you out of the attack, and it's exactly what they did.
Look, Jason Holder might come and talk about precision, and I understand that the Yorkers need to be better. I just think it's been a phenomenal assault on bowlers today from particularly Morgan and Buttler. Just have to hold your hand up at some point. Honourable Prime Minister Keith Mitchell taking a stroll around the periphery of the ground. Great cricket fan. Six, number 22. England are one hit away from equaling the world record. A salute from Buttler towards Sheldon Cottrell as well.
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Buttler. Just a little acknowledgement. Can't bowl there to me.
I think he was saying salute that.
Absolutely.
Big hit, you know. Only people viewing by television understand where that has gone. The top of the building. .400 comes up for the Windies, for England. In fact, only the second time in the Caribbean that sort of landmark has been breached.
You've been following England's one-day side over the last 3 or 4 years. You expect brilliance, and we've seen that in abundance today.
Ben Stokes, by comparison, is boring. Ten from 7. Tweets, please. I say that in the kindest fashion. World record equaled by England. 11 sixes for Jos Buttler. 409 for 4, 1 over to go. I suspect some of those little smirks had to do with the salutes. Stokes going pretty slowly. The first 30 balls from Jos Buttler's strike rate was 110. The last 30 balls, it's 310. Last over. Night 5 instances since the end of World Cup 2015 of 400 plus totals. 5. England have 4. Those of you statistically minded, 1 6 and England will have the world record for the most sixes. 4 legal deliveries. The highest score, best score for Jos Buttler in ODIs. 75 balls. Looks as though Brathwaite is going to try to bowl into leg stump. He's got 4 men lining the leg side boundary. Bigger side of the ground. But it's not big enough. The world record for the most sixes in a one-day international innings now goes to England, and 150 for Jos Buttler, just on beside.
Bish, 12 of those sixes have come from the blade of Jos Buttler today. 12 out of 24.
Brathwaite finally gets one through Jos Buttler. It has been the most magnificent, the most destructive and eye-catching of innings here at the National Stadium in Grenada.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed that he's got to walk off, but in some ways it just gives the crowd and those of us watching just a moment to applaud, really. One of the great innings in one-day international cricket. 150 of 77 deliveries. They've seen it on a few occasions before. What a player.
Still looking fresh as a daisy, 150. 417 for 5. Middle the ball so well today. Special innings today. Special innings from Buttler and from Owen Morgan. It's been a difficult time in the field, so it's not surprising little fumbles happen.
He's been handed these numbers. First 50 for Josh Buttler of 45 balls. Next 100 of 32 balls. Unbelievable batting.
Down to long off and held by Shimron Hetmeyer. So a tame end to the innings, but it belies the assault, the fantastic assault that England have posed on West Indies bowling and fielding here today in Grenada. A world record 24 sixes in the innings. Brathwaite's first 6 overs went for only 20. And it has been ferocious since then. World's #1 team has put up a commanding score on the board. 4th time they've gone past 400 since the World Cup. The Honourable Prime Minister greets Chris Gayle. Last 10 overs, 154 were scored, the 2nd best ever in ODIs. Over to the batsmen now of the Windies, or the bowlers of England, whichever way you see it. Jason Holder won the toss, elected to field first because of the amount of rain we've had here the last couple of days. A good opening stand from Bairstow and Hales, who played very well in his first knock of the series. But it was Morgan and Buttler in that double 100 stand that electrified this stadium and many fans of England around the world. 204 from just 127 deliveries. 100-run opening partnership between Bairstow and Hales. It truly was brutal. Cottrell 1 for 64, Brathwaite 2 for 69. Doesn't really tell the story of how well he bowled for his first 6 overs. Himself and O'Shane Thomas stalled things after the first power play, but only momentarily. 2 for 84 for O'Shane Thomas. Many highlights of this innings. And it's good to get Alex Hales from England's point of view coming in at the expense. a day of Jason Roy, who opened the batting previously. And it was Bairstow who took to Bishu in the power play. 1 over for 19 for the Windies leg spinner, and Bairstow brought up his first half century going back to June 2018. They then climbed into Ashley Nurse until O'Shane Thomas came together with Carlos Brathwaite and they stymied the run flow. Hales though brought up his half century and looked on course for something bigger. Bairstow went and Hales continued on his merry way until a good catch by Shimron Hetmeyer ended his stay at the crease. And this was the partnership that sucked all the life out of the bowling effort for the Windies. 204 between Morgan and Joss Buttler. 280 runs in 4s and 6s in the innings, and a magnificent knock from England's captain. 6 hitting just looked routine. Wherever the West Indies shifted the field, Buttler and Morgan seemed to understand that telepathically and hit the ball in the other direction or over. Good batting conditions here at the National Stadium after some initial stickiness, I think, in the surface. There's a missed chance put down by John Campbell of Buttler. And then he brought up his 7th ODI 100. And continued his assault. The Windies had struck 23 sixes in the first ODI in Barbados, and broken today by England. One of the best knocks you'll see from England's captain, striking the ball crisply from the go. Until he mistimed a slow delivery from Sheldon Cottrell, and his opposite number, Jason Holder, held the catch. Continued to dominate, and then Stokes tried his best to live up to what had gone previously, which was always going to be difficult to do. That was the record-breaking 6 and 150 to Joss Buttler. Brathwaite had revenge of sorts, and at the last ball of the innings, a catch to Hetmeyer. England's highest ODI totals versus the West Indies. This 418 here in Grenada, 2019. It means a mountain to climb for the Windies. They need 419 at just under 8.5 for over on average. We'll take a short break, and in just about 20 minutes time we'll be back here in beautiful Grenada for more live action.
this man, Christopher Henry Gale. He played some really special innings throughout his career. Can he do another one? His partner, John Campbell, fairly new to one-day international cricket. He's got the aggression. His biggest challenge, being able to sustain his innings in this format and in the test format as well. Chris Wokes, Rob Key, it will be a challenge. The surface is very good for batting.
And the Universe boss has his hand forced. Can't just hang around now. Get himself in and start going. This could be pure entertainment. Chris Gale playing it like it's a T20. Have a look at a few and then it's all on for young and old.
If you just joined us, one change England made to their squad name in the previous one-day international. And Stokes coming in for Jason Roy. First delivery.
Away, this is what you want to see. West Indies now. You really have to go. Can't hang around. The first 10 overs is going to be absolutely crucial. A lot of the time he just writes off the first 10 overs. Imagine if he gets going with the field up, the field restrictions. Well, we could be in for a real treat.
Off the mark, Windies. They open their account. Chris Gale will have spent 50 overs on the field. 39 years of age. He will be a little bit on the wary side.
Let's go. Right arm over.
John Campbell. Can we see something special from him with the bat?
Shuffled right across his stumps. He's banking on there being no swing whatsoever. If ever there was a time to just swing the first couple, it's early on to Campbell. You're not going to get much out of it at all after what, 2 or 3 overs. Starts on off stump. Stokes is more of a nipper, sort of seams it rather than swings it.
Just rotating strike at this time. And if you look at England and what they did with the bat, they had a really good opening partnership, and then was that number 4 and number 5 position that contributed to this mammoth score. 418. Just Buttler. Really special innings, one of the best you would see in one-day internationals. Nice timing yet again from John Campbell. Doesn't find the gap.
There's anyone who can hit it as clean as Joss Buttler towards the back end of an innings. I know Gale can hit it a long way, but just for pure effortless striking, someone like de Villiers will move around a lot more and hit it into the leg side and play that sweep shot off the seamers, reverse sweeps. Buttler just stands and hits it so clean.
First over completed, threw without loss.
Only one batsman who's reached 150 and fewer balls than Buttler's 76. You know who that is? Don't look. You've just looked, haven't you?
2 guesses. Either Verinder Sehwag or the 360 man, maybe de Villiers.
Verinder Sehwag, how good was he to watch? Again, someone so simple in how he did it.
Just Buttler with the gloves. Striking from him, most impressive in that innings. 12 sixes. Take time to process that, folks. 150 from Josh Buttler.
Yeah, keep your eyes on the speed gun as well for Mark Wood. I tell you what, talk about the white ball doing nothing. That one really swung in late.
Crisgill just managed to get some bat on this one. Yeah, just darted in.
It's generally been the way the wind has gone as well. Back into Chris Gale, so he's hitting into the leg side with the wind against Mark Wood.
Very good response. And if you're chasing a target score of 419, you need a lot of this type of stroke.
And another batsman who is excellent to watch. So simple as well, just a little shuffle across. Hits through the line on a true surface. So if I'm Mark Wood, seeing that first ball to Chris Gale and the way that Campbell sets up, you might try over the wicket. Try and swing one back into those pads, make him think about something different.
That's a feeler. He's got an uncomplicated technique. John Campbell doesn't move around or shuffle around the crease. Stand still. Good balance. Looks to be very clear in his mind when he's on the attack.
You said it, balance and how still he is. He gets that movement out the way early, which is always the best way to do it. So on the point of release, you're very still.
Well. The entertainment continues. How about this? For the first 6 of the innings for the West Indies.
Miles per hour, just down on one knee. Batting is becoming ridiculous. There's a time you used to worry about being hit, not anymore. Courage, skill, everything.
Oh, nearly. Just going over the stumps. There must be some sort of premeditation in this shot. Heads across, keeps the head down. Very courageous indeed.
The ball after that was 141 kilometers per hour. Just the nerve to get down and just flick it like you play a paddle sweep against the spinner. You used to worry about it, let alone Mark Wood.
Down the ground again. Muffles this one to end the over. 15 runs coming from it, 18 without loss.
I like this angle from Wood. You can see what he's trying to do, cramp him for room, but it just means he can get across. He's not worried about LBW, just hits with the angle on this occasion. Nearly hits Chris Gale. It's about the fastest he's had to move for a while. Oh, what a start this has been. Oh, we have seen some batting in this series. The standard of batting. Go back to Jason Roy, Chris Gale, Josh Buttler today, Owen Morgan with his 100, Joe Root, Hetmeyer as well. You just can't want for any more as far as if you're a viewer watching this batting. Bowlers might tend to disagree, but it's a different game for batsmen now.
Very little sea movement from this surface. Spare taught to the bowlers, and also the seam bowlers. Chris Gayle watchful as ever. Throughout the series, he's targeted Moeen Ali. Will he wait? Will he play a different type of innings to what we've seen from him in this series so far? Usually very watchful at the start, sedate. I guess the advantage for him, that abandoned game, which was rained out, had an additional 2 days to get some rest. Played 2 fine innings in the first 2 one-day internationals.
I reckon there's anyone cheering on West Indies batting first more than Chris Gayle. 50 overs in the field, having to do it, watch the ball flying to all parts. He just looks like he just wants to bat. Not worried about anything else, he just wants to bat, get his side a score. Try and chase down this massive total that England have set.
Well, everyone felt in that first one-day international when the Windies batted first and scored 360. That it was an unassailable total. England was having none of it. Went on to score that target with a lot of ease. Made it in the 49th over. This is a different predicament. 418 is what England as a team had scored in the first innings. Additional fielder through the offside now. Goes for it. And it goes all the way. The power of this man, Chris Gayle.
Sounded high on the bat as well. I don't think this was out of the middle. Let's have a look. Reinforced onto the offside. Pulls it onto the leg side. A short hit for Chris Gayle, just 67 metres.
It's the length that prompted that shot. He was so quick on pouncing on it. Just 6 from the over, 24 without loss.
How can he do this again? It was his first 6 in Barbados in the first ODI. And then it was just hitting contest, really. Every single shot pretty much didn't just clear the rope, it went out of the ground. They constantly had to keep coming back with new balls. There's as much power as you'd see. That one was an excellent shot. Full toss, flat batted, straight down the ground. There was a strong breeze as well. So when he was hitting it that way in particular, the ball just wasn't coming back. A little bit of luck here and then. He was a man on a mission in that play. It took a long time to get going. But when he did, it was something to watch.
12 sixes in that innings from Chris Gayle. Same number for Josh Buttler today. Should be taken. Miscued. And he is a goner. Campbell goes.
It was eye-catching while it lasted. This time Mark Wood over the wicket. Just sticks on his line and length at good speed as well, 140 kilometres per hour. And the angle slightly harder to hit that way. Ends up just skewing it up in the air. Simple catch in the end. Not sure he picked it up straight away. Didn't matter though, had enough time to get underneath it. Comeback from Mark Wood. First over went for 15 all to Campbell. Not to be in the second over he bowls. Mark Wood gets him. Campbell goes for 15, 24 for 1.
Campbell just dismissed for 15. It's now 24 for 1. Shield joins Chris
Shane. That's off stump. Five balls to count.
Shehoop, new batsman for the West Indies. He's been amongst the runs in this series. He's looked really good at the crease. And again, good timing. Nice delivery off the middle of the bat for Shehoop. And he's here because of this. Just trying to force this one. A little more length on this delivery. Couldn't quite get the power and timing to get it straight down the ground. Bat twisting in his hands. Simple catch for Joe Root. Why not celebrate the first wicket?
Just looked like he tried to hit that too hard. We talk all the time about how well they keep their shape and hold a solid base. On that occasion, Campbell just tried to smash it miles. Gale, when he hits it, it's very rare that he's just swinging uncontrollably. It's been a good contest, this, Gale and Wood. The extra pace of Wood has meant that Gale at times has just been happy to see him off, and just when he's back of a length, he hasn't tried too many things. Might be different today.
Guided away for a single. Rob, you're batting in this West Indies lineup with a target score 419. What's the mindset?
I think it's a luxury being an opener, because you just try and make as much as you can of the power play. In a way, you've got nothing to lose. You've got to do something extraordinary. You don't have to overthink it. You just try and get ahead of the game. That's what England did when they chased down the score in the first ODI. That first 10 overs, you try and wrestle back some momentum. Get off to a decent start, then you got a chance. I know they've got some power, but that's going to be, if they don't get off to a really good start in this first 10, get up to around 80, 90, which is looking a hard task at the moment. They're going to struggle to consistently clear the rope in the middle and latter stages. Adil Rashid needs to be brought on earlier as well. Well, certainly what he did in the second ODI as opposed to the first. It's been the difference throughout the series in the power play.
Very good over. No wickets and 2 runs conceded. 26 for 1. England achieving the highest power play 1 score in their first innings. 89 they were without loss. Bravo will have his opportunity to bat and have an impact. Sounded really nice. Gale Paul on show.
Watch out in the crowd. That has hit so hard, so flat as well. Come on, mate. One a couple of overs ago, you weren't sure he hit it in the middle of the bat. This sounded sweet. That is hit so hard.
The locals, they came in their numbers on Monday to specifically see Chris Gale. Didn't get the opportunity then, but now the entertainment from the big man, Christopher Henry Gale. It goes all the way yet again.
6-6, Chris Gale. Do not turn away from your television set. If you thought Buttler was good, well, Chris Gale, he can put on an equal show. spoken much about bowlers at any stage, have we, in this game? It's all been about the batting on a pure surface. It is not a small ground either. It's a big playing surface. It could even be longer if you wanted to push the rope right back, but still, it is not a tiny ground.
Immediate changes to the field. England on the defences. Long one inserted. All the other fielders on that 30-yard ring. Where will he go now? This surface is so good for batting. And I think if you're a fast bowler on this surface, you've got to try and use your variations. Take your pace off the ball. Majority of your length should be short of a good length. 2 sixes from Chris Gale. That was too short. And then too full. He's got a long reach, so you've got to be accurate when you're up against Chris Gale. And he's in form at this time, coming off a century and a half century in the first 2 matches of this series. Looks dangerous at the moment, Christopher Gale.
It'll be one of those games. It's going to be a tough ask for the West Indies to get up, but if Gale continues the way that he is, it'll be one of those where Jason Holder or Pybus, the coach, might say, do you know what? We'll have that every time. Try and do that every time. Don't worry about taking too long to get in, unless it's a different type of surface. But if they're going to win the World Cup, they need something special from this man on more than one occasion.
Slow delivery from Chris Wooks.
See, just everyone is on the circle, apart from the 2 men out on the fence at long on and deep square leg. Everyone else is just waiting, as defensive as you could possibly be. Every single man.
Defends the last delivery. 14 runs from the over, 40 for 1.
I think he had a tough time of it in the Big Bash. Might have been his last year that he played in the Big Bash, Chris. And then in the very last game, he had a point to prove, and he went and smashed 50. I think it was in about 12, 13 balls, something like that. It was extraordinary hitting.
Took off. Run signal comes off the bat. This boundary for Shea Hope.
Focusing on about the batting, not sure about this one. Just evasive action. Himself in a real muddle. His eye off the ball, good pace from Woods, speared in at the ribcage.
Nicked it and gone. Was it the previous delivery that just ruffled Shea Hope a bit? Hanging that bat outside the off stump yet again. And a simple catch going through to the wicketkeeper. He goes.
I think you're spot on. The ball before is what's done for him there. Didn't get across into line behind the ball. Pace can do funny things to you. Mark Wood is charging in. He's in as good a bowling form as he ever has been. Confident. They certainly got the better of Hope there. It goes for 5, 44 for 2.
3 legs, Darren.
Two quick wickets for England. It's changing very quickly for the West Indies with their batting. Shehoop, last batsman dismissed. John Campbell as well. Brings Darren Bravo to the crease. West Indies struggled to pick up wickets in the first power play. England very different with their results. 2 wickets already inside power play 1. Wide signal. Bravo shuffling across his stumps to the offside. And this was a wicket of Shehoop. Yeah, just fiddling at this one outside the off stump. Standing beside the ball, as we've often seen from him, even in the test matches, opening the blade of the bat. Risky business.
You just feel such a tame end when you're chasing such a big score. I don't actually mind getting out playing a big shot. I just feel you get out nicking one to the keeper when you've got to slip in and you're just trying to open the face and run it down to third man. I reckon that would be the most frustrating of dismissals in a game like this. Pace again from Wood.
I just want to reiterate that the importance of pace. Again, the impact of Mark Wood in this England bowling lineup. As we've seen with Shannon Gabriel in the Test series recently.
So we did a thing with him where we filmed him just in his practice on the, what was it, 3 days ago before the 3rd ODI here. There was a washout. And he only bowled for probably about 20 minutes, if that. Started off with a few looseners, then he got right into it. Started off with just 2 or 3 cones down on a length. I was amazed at how often he hit them actually. Didn't have a big area. Some bowlers have quite a big area and they give themselves a nice spot to aim at. Mark Wood had 2 or 3 cones and his control was excellent, a good pace.
44 for 2.
This was a change of angle that did for Campbell. Went over the wicket as opposed to round, tried to hit it into the leg side against the angle and ended up just skewing it straight up to Joe Root. That was after a searing delivery in at Shelley Hope's rib cage. He didn't play well, and then that one he was just hanging a bit and trying to open the blade. Dangerous way to play with a slip and a new ball coming at you.
Teeing off, there she goes. Another 6. This is a common sight when Chris Gayle is batting. Brings up the 50 for the West Indies in the 7th over.
Oh, what entertainment. Every time Chris Gayle faces, you just can't not look away. It's so hard, only 2 men out. To a bloke that doesn't really bother about sweepers anyway. He's not looking to clear sweepers, he doesn't even see them.
And another, this time through the offside. Don't try this at homes, folks. This is really a good shot by Chris Gayle.
Slow ball into the surface. How hard is that? Hit it over extra cover that far as well. 4 singles, 5 sixes now for Chris Gayle. Morgan has moved himself from extra cover. He's come back to go and have a chat with Chris Wokes. He wants to go to mid-off, just try and give him some help, some sort of support. Everyone is up on the offside. Fine leg is up. Deep square leg. Wide long on. Everyone else on the circle.
Squeezes it through. Chris Gayle could do nothing wrong in this innings. It was a good full delivery. Managed to get his bat down, and he knocked back on this one.
Give him the benefit of the doubt, whether he just tried to open the face, not at all. He's got big edges on that bat.
Another 4. 20 runs from the over so far. Chris Gayle on fire.
I feel for Chris Wokes, he doesn't know what to do. Tried a slow ball, got smashed over the offside. Tries to go in at the pads, just tickles it past fine leg, who's up in the circle. Oh, they are loving the show from Chris Gayle.
And this time a single. And this is really good batting by Chris Gayle. It's like it's balance in his innings so far. He doesn't fall over. He's being really calculated in his approach.
How disappointing would a run out have been? He tries to hobble up to the other end. Don't worry about these quick singles. This is Gayle smashing it out the park. Oh, the score that England have got, he's had no choice but to turn it on early, and he's certainly done that. A little bit of luck with that one.
.65 for 2 at the moment. We spoke about rain being a possibility late in the day. There is a slight drizzle. No one will stop this Gayle storm. 43 from 21 so far. Seven overs gone, 65 for 2.
The Windies 65 for 2. England at a similar stage in their innings was 66 without loss. Another 354 more runs needed. One tactic as a bowler, one of many that you want to try here, is you could push your fine leg back, get your third man up and just get Gayle to tickle one to fine leg and bowl to Darren Bravo. Mark Wood. Yeah, bowl to Bravo. How's this 270 looking, Jeffrey, that you talked about today?
One slip.
Well, it looks like something that the West Indies need to be at in the 30th over.
You were talking 25 overs this morning when you came up with 270.
Bish, I was so wrong. I was so off the mark. Just totally misread this pitch. I thought there might have been a bit of seam in it, and it just ended up being a railroad.
How much of that is the pitch, what we saw from England and what we're seeing briefly here from Chris Gayle, and how much of that was England's batting talent?
To be honest, I think most of it was England's batting talent. They planned very, very well. You could see from, and as we were discussing before, you could see from the placing of the field where the bowlers were trying, what the bowlers were trying to do. But consistently, the English batsmen were hitting the ball where they wanted to hit it, which took a bit of improvisation and skill. So I would say, if I was to break it into percentages, I would say it would have been about 75-25 batting ability. You look at Just Buttler's innings, that was just amazing hitting. Owen Morgan as well. They really manipulated the ball, even though they were hitting with power. They manipulated the ball into the areas that were not protected. Bit of hesitation. He looked a little bit more serious about that one, Mark Wood.
A question of where it pitched. Did it pitch outside leg more than likely? Yes, it did. But Bravo's got to get off strike. He's none from 8. He's got to get off strike and hand it back to Chris Gayle.
Absolutely. He doesn't want Chris Gayle at any point to feel hurried.
None from 9.
Well, they're bowling very straight to Darren Bravo. Not giving him any sort of room. With a ring field, that's pretty easy to protect. Get a single here, but just retains the strike. 8 gone, 67 for 2.
Good rate of scoring for the Windies, just under 8.5.
Change of bowler. Right arm over.
Which is the required rate. Liam Plunkett replacing Chris Wokes. And as you said, Bravo has retained the strike, and assume he's trying to give himself a few deliveries to get in. And it gives the bowler some respite as he does so. You're striking at 200, Bravo at 10.
He's got to remember who he's running with as well, Darren Bravo. Seems to really want to get a single, obviously needs to, but you can't take singles of that speed with Chris Gayle. He's got to realize that it's very important for Chris Gayle to be there. So what he's got to do is to get in as quickly as possible and start to show some form of positivity.
But therein lies the challenge, isn't it? And what batsmen have to acclimate themselves to when they're batting with Chris Gayle. What you might normally do to get yourself into an innings has to be tempered, or it might force you out of your comfort zone and force you to play power shots if you're normally a runner to get yourself in.
Very true. So you have to really try to, you know, for want of a better word, tailor your game to who you're batting with, and realize now that here is someone who is going to score quickly. I've got to give him as much strike as possible, but at the same time, I've got to make use of more of the deliveries that I face.
Gets one in his own now, and it's a flat 6. An area that I'd like to see more in his career, to see him hit the ball. Kept his shape nicely.
Well, you have to take advantage of all these opportunities, especially when you're batting with Chris Gayle. You're going to have to hit some boundaries. There'll be a higher proportion of dot balls. 2 boundaries and over would be ideal if you have to face, because he's going to hit a few more than that.
Sure why that slower ball is up in the slot. If you're bowling that slower ball, I would think it, and Plunkett's been guilty of that the last few times I've seen him in the IPL as well. It's got to be length, or back of a length.
They'll be quite happy to get through some cheap overs in this power play. Take far less, take more pressure off the spinners when they come on, which will be shortly. 74 for 2.
Wonderful stretch of Granada's beach, one of the more popular beaches on this island of Grenada. Long stretch of a nice white sand, very calm aquamarine waters, and a number of hotels along that stretch. Wood. Good short ball. And he bowled a couple of short deliveries to Shea Hope as well. And it's something a number of teams around the world have now assessed about Shea Hope, that the short ball softens him up.
Chris Wood needs to be careful about that shot, bowling too short at Chris Gayle. He's got his fine leg up. This is Shea Hope. Notice as he plays, his feet are off the ground, apart from when the ball is pitched up. You lose a measure of control like that. All those deliveries had him on the back foot. This was the only one that wasn't on his body. Just seemed to unsettle him somewhat. Open the face of the bat, which tends to happen when you don't get behind the line of the ball. You tend to go flirting at it with your hands. This is Chris Gayle just not getting hold of that. Mark Wood, I think he's playing a dangerous game here. Probably look to pitch this one further up. There you go.
Harcourt is offering England some real cutting edge with his extra pace with the new ball. Skiddy pace, not afraid to be aggressive and able to get that Yorker in. So wonderful package. Hit the bat very hard. 75 for 2 after 10. Power play complete.
Things started out very well for the West Indies. John Campbell got into the act very quickly. Up the boundary, straight down the ground. Chris Gale wasn't to be denied, and then Campbell skied this one to Joe Root and Connor. Chris Gale, however, everything was coming out of the middle of the bat and sailing over the boundary. Joe Root looked a bit shaky to start with, and then was played one that to the keeper. That was aimed at him. But since then, Chris Gale has tried to maintain a good run rate. Singles have been few, but quite a few boundaries.
Second power play in process now. 4 fielders outside the circle. Deep mid-wicket and deep square.
So basically, I reckon we're going to see some spin very soon. Who would you bowl first? With 2 left-handers there, which of the 2 spinners would you bowl first? I'd bowl Moeen Ali because of the way he bowled in Barbados to the left-handers. Those googlies on leg stump. Sorry, Adil Rashid. Kept things very, very quiet. So I'd bowl him and the same line. I think he'll get a bit more turn on this pitch and have the batsmen hitting into the breeze. Sweeping into the breeze, rather. Judging by things, I think he's going to bowl first anyway.
Yeah, your call might be the correct one. And for England, Moeen Ali would want to, he's out of the T20 squad, he's being rested. So in finishing off this series, he would want to get in to some good bowling form, because I think he's gone none for 120, 130 so far in this series. Good shot from Bravo. Starting to tee off now against Plunkett.
Yes, if he's not going to give Chris Gale enough strike, he's got to take some responsibility himself. Bravo. Aggression is what's needed now.
46 to Gale. .82 for 2:11 gone. Ben Stokes. Enough power on it. And that's a half century for Chris Gale. There's a third score above 50 in 3 innings in this series. And he'll be hoping much more to come in this innings.
Half century number 51 for Chris Gale.
Brilliant. Brilliant to just present and keep the face at the bat going through the hitting area.
Just watch how still he is when he hits the ball. That's gone even further. Up into the top tier of the stand at wide lawn. 50 partnership comes up. Bravo has only contributed 12.
Gale has them believing. He's just got this crowd believing that what looked impossible may yet have some hope. For the moment. Ramon goes back, mid-wicket, square leg on the boundary as well. Stylishly played. 4 deliveries in this over. 4-6-6-4. 100 up for the Windies.
The cutter from Ben Stokes. Took a bit of pace off it. Pulled it down way too short. This over, that was the first delivery, and then shortly after, and that one that went 99 meters. Just a delicate little flick off the hip.
Ben Stokes will apologise to Darren Bravo. Free hit though.
sometimes when you don't get the slow ball right.
It's a good catch, but it's a free hit. 104 for 2. Right, so 12 overs gone. We've had 9 sixes already. We had the world record broken earlier today. And the Windies previously had that record in Barbados. .24 was the number that England piled up today, following 23 from the Windies in the first ODI. I wonder if the record will shift hands again today. Right, Jeffrey, are you going to concentrate now on hiding the ball somewhere to Gale, or is it still about trying to get him out?
I think you've got to continue to try to get him out, because psychologically his wicket changes the whole complexion of the innings, regardless of when it falls. Gale up top with Rohit Sharma.
Just 3 innings for Gale now that he's equaled that record. Remember, it's a bilateral ODI series. Rohit Sharma took 6 innings. Shane Watson got his in 3 innings as well. The reason I threw that question at you was there was a particular tactic that they used against him, even though he got 100 in Barbados, where later down they pushed the ball across him wide above stump. Eventually, with pace off the ball, he dragged one back on the stumps, but what you don't see are a number of those going across him on that white line, limiting his power, frustrating him.
I think that's one thing they can resort to. It's got to keep thinking, Darren Bravo. Not batting with Usain Bolt.
The Windies, though, will be particularly pleased that Chris Gale has come back into this series in some of the best form that he's had for quite a while, actually, in this format. 3 scores above 50 in consecutive innings. That has got to be a pleasing thing. When he fires, he's the difference between the Windies. Say they're batting first, they get maybe 30 or 40 more than they would have.
I think we have to look at the innings that he's played. You could see that he was intent on batting for a very long time. In the first game he played in, he took his time, got set, and then he got going. Obviously, it didn't take him as long the second time because his confidence was up. He had a score behind him, and that confidence, I think, has helped him to start so quickly in this innings, plus the need to score quickly. So it's been a progression, and I think it's something that he's deliberately worked on. 13 gone, 107 for 2. Seems to have just picked up from where he left off this game. Didn't matter if it was up or short. He hit them a mile. Didn't matter, just hit them over long arm, square. That's up the ground, won't go for 4. Outfield is rather slow. Stopped like it was hit with a wedge.
Sure if I've seen, let's say, a shoulder high short ball to Darren Bravo yet in this innings. So Shea Hope get peppered. It's probably worth one before he gets truly set.
Mark Wood had a bit more pace than Ben Stokes. There you go. And didn't bounce very high.
Well landed, Bruce. You're landing well back from that. Your toes are just over.
On a pitch like this, though, in situations like this, I like to utilize my quota, because unless it's a batsman who's set who will hit me to the small side with the wind, I feel I can sneak in a couple of duck balls, which probably in the end could prove as significant as a wicket, maybe.
You take your duck balls any way you can get them. Just be a bit wary. Well, if I had your pace, I wouldn't bother. I wouldn't be wary, Bish. But I'd just be a bit wary if I had the Ben Stokes pace bowling short balls on a pitch like this.
You mean my pace now?
No, not now. Not now.
Stokes isn't the slowest. He's not the slowest. They're going full wide and slow.
Just going off of what I saw when England batted. You know, Thomas is no slouch, and Owen Morgan was just standing there and just teeing off and smacking them, you know, as if it was medium pace. So the pitch is telling me. It's telling me that if you stand up, you can do that.
Taking my ducks any which way I can get them on this pitch. 112 for 2.
Special batting today. Josh Buttler 150, Owen Morgan 103, and Chris Gale on his way to another 100. 70 from 39, so England's captain, just shuffling the pack. So Adil Rashid will be into the attack for the first time. A little earlier than he was in the first game in Barbados. Many of us felt that perhaps it was delayed a little too long. But, he has the chance to bowl to Chris Gayle whilst in full flow. Slip in place, that's Morgan saying, still searching for wickets. Also complements the googly, bowls a lot of googlies to the left-handers.
Rule clarity is not only important in Test cricket, it's important across formats. When you look at Adil Rashid, you think that his primary role is that of being a wicket taker in this England bowling lineup. Not really well in the first one-day international when he picked up 3 wickets for 74. And that's what you expect from a wrist spinner. And the ball is googlies, and when he's off, batsman will score runs from his bowling.
Yeah, frustration from Wokes, normally a good fielder, but on this occasion goes straight through him. And here's the googly, and it was just wayward really. Gayle just picked it off. This time more commanding shot from Chris Gayle. He's got a battle on here, Adil Rashid.
You very rarely see Chris Gayle sweep the ball or play across the line in this fashion. He's doing this because this has been the line of attack from Adil Rashid to Chris Gayle. Leg stump, Midland leg with his googlies. Chris Gayle, he's planned for him. That's a really good shot for a boundary.
Another googly. Look at his bowling historically, so you go back 2 or 3 years where he's become so effective for England at this phase of the game. He's been brave, he's been wanting to get the ball up above the island, hasn't tried to hide the ball, be defensive, be economical. He's in search of wickets. Expensive start though. 11 runs from his first, 123 for 2.
The Windies 123 for 2.
Required rate just about 8.5 for the West Indies. The rate so far really good. The big challenge will be sustaining this scoring rate throughout the innings without losing many wickets.
Stokes to continue, 2 overs, 0 for 27. Inevitably a day so far where all of the talk will be about the batting, the brilliance of the batting. Mustn't forget 5 overs that Mark Wood bowled right at the start of the innings. 5 overs, 2 for 23. It's not been an easy day for the bowlers. Gone straight to the man at extra cover, and good catch, but it of course hit the ground, so I thought that had gone straight to him. There you go. My eyes are just not what they were. There you go. Gone. Not gone. Into the ground. Simple catch. Let's bowl again.
Good call, Nick. Well watched.
Saw that one.
Bravo's fluency improving as the inning progresses. 20 from 35 now. Took a long time to get off the mark, but He will know that he has to score. It's a strike rate above his career. Still working his way back into international cricket. Darren Bravo had that long innings in the Test series. When he was interviewed, he felt that he needed to spend a lot of time to get himself acclimatized back into international cricket.
Heaved away, massive gap at mid-wicket. Man just on square. A slow ball, just a little bit of variation from Stokes. He's trying to mix up his delivery, some short, some full, and one or two slower balls.
Served up on a platter for Darren Bravo. Full toss, leg side, easy pickings. Nicely on that occasion, Darren Bravo. In a sense that this is the partnership that the Windies will be looking to take them close to the target score. 86 so far from 66.
Unfortunate this time, no slip in place. Nothing really Josh Buttler could do. Another good over for the West Indies. 11 from it, 134 now for 2.
It was a tired-looking shot from Chris Gale. Spoke about him being in the field for 50 overs. Not a big cutter of the cricket ball, Chris Gale, so if you take him short and wide, doesn't look convincing. Luckily for him, yes, avoids the wicket keeper. Yeah, he knows it. Would have easily gone to hand. Players will have some drinks now before we resume.
Indies going really nicely. 134 for 2 from 16. Let's have a look around the beautiful island of Grenada. Adil Rashid to continue. Just under 8.5 runs per over required.
Nice single to start the over from Darren Bravo. One of the Windies batsmen that more adept at playing the slow bowlers. Darren Bravo. Grew up in Trinidad playing a lot of slow bowlers in his first-class career, List A career. Keeping his lines very close to Chris Gayle. Chris Gayle making some room as if to indicate he is searching for that gap through the offside.
Excellent over so far. Just 1 from 4 deliveries. Chris Gayle is surely thinking boundary this ball. And it's gone up a long way. It has in fact gone a long way. Exactly what he is thinking. Another big 6 for Chris Gayle.
6 number 500 for Christopher Henry Gayle in international cricket. What a record from the big man. Naturally gifted, powerful. Look at the reach. Yeah, he celebrates it. He knows that landmark. He's built his reputation on his powerful striking. Local fans would appreciate the entertainment as well. Also brought up his 10,000th runs in one-day international cricket, Christopher Henry Gayle. Monumental accomplishment from the big man. 141 for 2.
Tempted him, Adil Rashid. He said, I know you're looking for the boundary. I'm just going to put it above the eye line. In the end, it gets put in the stands. A great player he's been for a long, long time now. Actually, watching him play today, it's almost like how he played a few years ago. Didn't give himself any time to get in because of the game situation. The very best of Chris Gayle.
We'll have to bowl that one again. Nick, we were talking about Chris Gayle offline, about his ability to motivate himself. I'm just talking about his arousal level, knowing that this is his last one-day international series in the Caribbean. He has indicated that he wants to retire after the ICC 50-over World Cup in England.
One more valiant effort from Mark Wood in the deep. Timed too well from Bravo. He's playing his part as well.
Records keep tumbling. Chris Gayle, but it also will be special for Darren Bravo to be at the crease with him. Well controlled, well placed from Darren Bravo. This boundary brought up the 100th partnership between these two for the West Indies. Hale 90 from 49 already. Bravo 30 from 39. More significant contribution there from Chris Gayle.
Bravo wanted two, Chris Gayle not interested at all. I'll have the strike.
Holding Bravo. Chris Gayle just conserving his energy. Still at the crease. So we're trying to ascertain the consistency we've seen from Chris Gayle in this series. I just think the motivation level is very high, knowing that he will bow out. And this is where he stands, at the top of the table with more sixes in international cricket.
It's gone a long, long way again. To somewhere near the top tier. Everything Chris Gayle can do right now. Bravo's saying I can match it. 37 now from 41.
Sweet ads from Darren Bravo. Stand and deliver. Just freeing his arms, getting it off the middle of the bat. So that special partnership of 204 between Owen Morgan and Just Buttler.
Too many times when Ben Stokes' figures read 3.5 overs, 0 for 53. Gone, 156 for 2.
Chris Gayle makes batting look so easy. And as a player, he's worked out his scoring areas, knows exactly where he wants to hit the ball, how he positions himself. Once he clears that front leg, he waits for the ball into that zone. 91 from 51 so far, Chris Gayle.
Took his time to get into the series. It took his time to get going in Barbados in that first game. You get the feeling watching him in the last couple of games that served him well. He's got some rhythm at the crease. Another challenging overhead for Adil Rashid. Great effort. Went very, very quickly. Slightly quicker delivery from Rashid.
I like that line. Most times he's not opted to go in that area in terms of his line. That's outside the off stump, prompting the left-hander to negotiate if there's any amount of turn on the delivery. And that's where I think of left-hander is vulnerable as well.
Make that just another 6 for Chris Gayle into or on to 97 now.
306s in one-day international cricket for Christopher Gayle. Let's have a look at this shot. It was a mere push down the run, over pitching, just presenting the full face of the bat.
making the crowd wait.
Chris Gale looking very close to his best in this innings. I say that he's looking close to his best because he hasn't really chewed up a lot of dot balls at the start of his innings. He's mindful of the target score. He's in good form. Was able to rotate the strike very early. And then look at that power. 9 sixes, 7 fours in the innings so far.
Animated from Adil Rashid, animated from the keeper. Umpire says nothing, wide. Hit absolutely nothing. Having a chat here. Not going to review.
I've often seen this tactic by wicket keepers, especially if a delivery is wide, as if to indicate there was some contact with the batsman.
Just a jog single. He will keep the strike. Chris Gale 167 for 2.
On the cusp of yet another one-day international century, Christopher Gale. Again showing his significance, his value in this West Indies one-day international side, even at 39. He's on 99 though.
Tough 4 overs for Ben Stokes out of the attack now. Wokes replaces him. He too has very expensive figures. 43 from 4. Mark Wood has been the standout. He's bowled 5 overs, so he probably has a couple of overs left in him in this middle phase. But captain goes to Wokes. England's fielders trying to get on the one. Mid-wicket, Moeen Ali on the one. Owen Morgan, England's captain, on the one.
Not interested in the single, Chris Gale.
Now he gets a sprint on. A magnificent 100 from Chris Gale. His second in the series. And he keeps his team very much in this run chase.
25th century in his career. Christopher Henry Gale continues to restore the pride in West Indian cricket. Not because of his reputation and what he's done over the years. Not because of his performances. A performance like this, even his teammate Dan Bravo was referred to him as an icon, a definite icon in West Indian cricket. Continues to elevate brand West Indies. What an innings yet again from the big man.
I was just looking at that conversion rate, 25 centuries, 50 half centuries. An iconic figure in West Indian cricket, and he continues to dominate. Yes, sir. Respect due. Also going on to achieve his fastest century in ODI cricket, Christopher Henry Gale.
Such as this innings from Chris Gale. Looking at the comparison between innings. At this stage, England were 132 for 2. West Indies 172 for 2. Way ahead. Long way to go, of course. The required rate is always, well, it's just been dipping now. So 8.14. It started at 8.38. Thanks to that man there.
Chris Gale, he's given the fans here a treat, real treat. And if you're a West Indian fan and you've been following this one-day series, he did it at Kensington Oval in Barbados in that first one-day international. And that red worm, more powerful than the blue because of that Gale factor.
Fourth wide of the over. Some have been overhead height wide, some have been leg side wides. Difficult day for the bowlers. Are trying to find a way.
You can understand why he's erring down the leg side. There is a mid-off, there is a cover, and there's a sweeper square of the wicket. He's trying to contain Bravo through that leg side region. End of the over. 175 for 2.
This is a ball from
Chris Gale doing it twice in this series. His customary celebration when he scores a century. Adulation. Homage being paid by his teammate Darren Bravo.
Rashid out of the attack. Moeen Ali into the attack for the first time. Has been a little expensive. He's been harshly treated throughout the series by Chris Gale.
Moeen Ali. You will remember his efforts with the ball in the first 2 one-day internationals. Went wicketless. Still on Chris Gale, I think a lot of times people don't give him credit for the type of player he is. I don't think people recall his efforts in the longest format of the game in Test cricket. He's got 15 Test match centuries. A really good shot from Bravo. This pierces the offside field, and it's another 4.
Easy just to forget the significance of this innings. 46 from 51 is providing great support for Chris Gale at the other end. References to Chris Gale and the numbers that he's provided us with today. Only one player has scored a fast 100 versus England in an ODI. Chris Gale, of course, 55 ball 100 today. Ireland's Kevin O'Brien, that was off 50 deliveries. Back in the World Cup in 2011. Josh Buttler scored 100 today off 61.
Gale on strike. I was talking about his effort with the bat in Test match cricket. 15 Test match centuries, 2 triple centuries.
It's gone up a long way, and it will be another 6. Hits the middle of that bat, and it will keep flying. Another difficult over for Moeen Ali. His first goes for 13 and through 21, 188 for 2.
Chris Gale maintaining his dominance over Moeen Ali. And this innings, a really special one. His 25th one-day international century in front of a local crowd. They've been expecting some Gale entertainment, and boy oh boy, he's provided that so far. Very clinical in his stroke play, powerful as well, especially down the ground and wide of long on. Did a couple nice shots through that extra cover region. And all of those shots, none short of power. Gale Force really looking like he's at his very best.
Quite rightly, he gets a bow from his partner. Bravo. It has been spectacular, to say the least. 108 from 58 balls. After 21 overs, chasing 418, you would never have said the West Indies would have been favourites, but that they are at the moment. That is 50 now for Bravo.
For the greatest of ease, he's looking in good form, Darren Bravo. As many deliveries. None of his shots have been better or cleaner than this one. Straight down the ground.
Short into the leg side, deep square leg, has a look, watches it go again past him. Well, the person most tired other than the bowlers is probably the umpire. Constantly raising those arms for 6. Well, the atmosphere is as it was when I was a kid watching cricket from the Caribbean. have so much to cheer about at the moment.
Slow delivery, pull down. And we see another ball sailing over the boundary.
200 up for the West Indies. It's 21.2 overs. Well, Gale, as he does, as Bravo does now, they just walk as they pass each other. Tap their bats in at the other end. Comparisons at this stage. England were 138 for 2. West Indies 201 for 2. They are miles ahead.
And don't forget that Just Buttler innings and all those sixes. A lot of cricket left. But you'd have to say, Rob, that anyone who turned up today has really gotten their money's worth.
Absolutely. You just wanted to see Gale get a score. You felt that if they had any chance of getting close to this, of this being a contest, it all depended on Chris Gale.
Well, the local fans suffered through Buttler and Morgan, and now they're starting to feel a little bit better.
What can you do as a bowler? What would you be saying? You're keeping out there now. Would you just have to let them get on with it? Is there any advice you could give?
Well, the pitch is so good. I think you've got to try to defend one side of the wicket.
Oh, good bouncer again. All eyes on the square leg umpire. Oh, good finish to the over, Chris Wokes. 22 done, 202 for 2. Well, it's not all been about Chris Gale. Bravo was slower to get started, but he is equally as elegant, not quite as powerful, but still hits a few long balls. England tried to go short at him, they tried to go full. He has played second fiddle to Chris Gale and has been absolutely vital, actually, in the way that Gale has been able to play as well. It's been an excellent partnership.
Well, we've got everything today. We've got 3 centuries. We've seen the most sixes hit in an ODI. 39. Most in an innings, no, most in a game. Oh, it's going to drop safely. Still go for 4.
Well, when it's your day, it's your day. Gave himself a little bit of room. Problem is, with the field restrictions now, you can't have a man out on that offside. You can't have them everywhere. So Morgan by an alley trying to jam him up for room, bowling into that leg stump. Cover can't be back, he has to be in the circle. Wow, that is just extraordinary again. Nothing more than a couple of steps down and a flick, dismissing it out of his presence.
The 40th 6 of the match. And this looked easy. This looked as if he was just completing a little push down to long off.
Exactly what it was, wasn't it? It didn't look anything more than that. I actually thought Moeen Ali had done him in the flight. It didn't matter, he just hit through the line. The pitch is so true. Oh, that beats him this time. Tries to work it into the leg side. Little bit of turn.
You'd have to say that that shot over cover that went for 4 was a false shot. Didn't really get hold of it. But whenever he's decided to attack Chris Gale, he's hit everything out of the middle of the bat pretty much today. Selected so well. Here's another one.
Oh, this is just getting ridiculous. anything vaguely towards the full side, he just hits through the line. 4,000 runs in ODIs for the West Indies for Chris Gale. In the Caribbean, 4,000 runs now. The records continue to break, personal and team records.
You have to feel it from Moeen Ali. This has been going on since Barbados. He has taken a hammering. I think if you walked up behind him on the side of the road and said Gale, he'd probably jump into traffic.
As he so often does, if he's not smacking it out the park, he's blocking it. 18 from Moeen Ali's last over, 220 for 2.
We thought England chasing down 360 was entertaining, but this has taken it to another level.
Well, this is why this man, the universe boss, is just absolute box office. It just does not get any better. Power, entertainment, skill. Demeanor never changes, does it? He just looks exactly the same as if he was walking out there.
You can never really tell what he's thinking. You can guess, though.
Well, we have a good contest on here. I'd say Mark Wood is the only one that Gale hasn't taken liberties with. Everyone else, whether it's Stokes, Wokes, Rashid, Moeen Ali, Liam Plunkett, the only one is this man here, Mark Wood. Short, straight up in the air. Looks like Stokes under it. Good hands, never drops them, Ben Stokes. He is an excellent fielder.
Mental error there from Darren Bravo. Just the first ball of Wood's spell. A little bit of extra pace. And maybe a little bit of extra bounce as well. Could have hung around and just got used to that, but he hasn't. And Stokes takes the catch. And Mark Wood claims a wicket. That's Darren Bravo. Gone for 61. From just 59 deliveries. Good innings. 220 now for 3. Shows what a little extra pace can do. Wood has taken all 3 wickets. Bravo, the latest one. West Indies still in the hunt, nevertheless.
Well, as one left-hander departs, another one joins Chris Gale. Shimron Hetmeyer, fresh from 100 in the second ODI.
Yeah, it's middle, Shim. Right arm over.
With experience at one end, we have just as much class at the other with Hetmeyer. Now Ben Stokes is an excellent fielder. Well, it's been a long time coming, that wicket. Mark Wood, the man, done all the damage so far. You just can't believe batting in this day and age. First ball, short to Hetmeyer, smashed out of the park. Doesn't even have a look at one.
Just look at this. This young man is just the The epitome of confidence.
Short again, deep square leg, Plunkett sets himself. And actually, that's Alex Hales out at deep square leg. Well, Hetmeyer's stay is brief, entertaining to say the least. First ball 6, second ball out.
And this is where the game turns once again. Another short pitch delivery, this one bouncing a bit higher. Hetmeyer not able to get hold of it. And Hales takes the catch. Brief innings from Hetmeyer comes to an end. Another wicket for Mark Wood. Hetmeyer for just 6 of 2 deliveries, 226 for 4.
Well, it might not be a bad thing. With all the carnage that's going on at the moment, we might just have one of the calming influences. Captain Jason Holder coming in. He joins Chris Gale. Hetmeyer was brash. Probably could have done with just having a look at least one ball. Try and evolve that partnership. That's what Holder needs to do now with Chris Gale.
Bit of extra pace and bounce from Mark Wood. Hetmeyer never in control of that shot. Gets sucked into playing the pull shot again.
Oh, another short ball. He's quick onto it. This time is Holder. Make him feel better. Had a tough time against Mark Wood in the second ODI. A little bit of reverse swing. He really struggled to get anything on Mark Wood's pace as much as anything else. And this is a truer surface than that second ODI. Short ball again. Holder will keep the strike. On 2 wickets from the over in 11 runs. Extraordinary cricket. 231 for 4. I remember there was a change of balance after the first ODI where they left out a batsman for a bowler. So we are now into the all-rounders. Liam Plunkett now gets a go. It's been a while since we've seen a bit of Chris Gale. There's been a lot going on at the other end. He remains 127 from just 65 balls, strike rate of 195. Just feels that we could all just take a breath.
Well, the West Indies still need to keep that momentum going. Need 187 now from 155 balls. I think they'd be in with a really good chance if this man can bat for another 15 overs. Not a whole lot of batting to come after these two.
Well, we need something from Brathwaite. Sure, at the moment he's looked in, well, any sort of touch with the bat. Bowled pretty well until he got pasted by Joss Buttler. I feel that this is good as it's been. Actually, Gale can just tick along now for just a little bit. Same with Holder. Just play, just try and get this partnership going. We don't have the luxury, as England do, of such a long batting lineup. 24.3 overs gone. They don't need to be reckless now. Even Hetmar, it's great seeing him smash the first ball, but it was just too much. Just a little bit more of that. Just try and rein it in, just for a little bit.
It's a bit of a partnership between Hetmar and Gale would have really put the West Indies in a very good position. As it is now, it's a lot rests on these two. Got to take it deep into the overs.
And off some overthrows. We saw a lot of that from the West Indies bowlers, cross seamers, trying to get it just to hold in the surface. Not sure it has much, although that one would suggest it might have done. A little bit of wit. .25 done, 236 for 4. Second ODI, Morgan brought Adil Rashid on earlier than he did in the first, and it worked well. Hasn't worked today so far. The analyst view of the red zone between Rashid and Gale. Gale has won the battle between he and the leg spinner today so far. You talk about Chris Gale and his performance so far, pretty much all on his shoulders if they're going to win this game. Actually, Mark Wood's figures, 6.1 overs, 4 for 35. He's the only one really that Gale hasn't looked to have a go at. Just with that extra pace. Problem for Owen Morgan is he doesn't want to bowl him too much now. Maybe one more over, keep him with 3, or do you just look to go and try and get another couple of wickets?
It's a bit of a dilemma because one wicket here can just take the game away from the West Indies, looking at the batting that they have left. So if he can just get one more before he takes Mark Wood off, that would really be ideal. And I think both of these batsmen know that Mark Wood is not going to stay on for much longer. So make sure he doesn't get any more wickets, and let's get at the other fellas.
He's paying him the biggest compliment actually by saying all I want to do is get up the other end. Other people he's blocking. The last thing he wants to do against Moeen Ali, Adil Rashid, Ben Stokes, Liam Plunkett, Chris Wokes is get a single. Against Mark Wood he's just happy, just get me down the other end. I've had enough. I don't need any more from Mark Wood. It's the others that I'm going to take down. I'm with you. I think they feel that he's not going to bowl, well, maybe one more. They'll be looking up and just trying to put themselves in Owen Morgan's shoes and thinking, what would I do if I was Owen Morgan now, Jason Holder? Well, this would probably be the last 2 balls for a little bit from Mark Wood. It's like the Duckworth-Lewis sheet. Not bothered by a single that time. 26 done, 239 for 4. Morgan was just looking at what you get given as a captain is the Duckworth-Lewis equation all the way through. Is what you need to be or where the team needs to be at a certain point or at the end of every over, how many wickets are down. It doesn't look like it's going to rain though. You sort of look from where it was coming from the other day, where we felt it was coming from today. It looks fine.
I don't think we have to worry about the rain today. We've had enough rain in the ground. It's been raining 6s. World record number of 6s in a one-day international. It was previously 38. We've gone well past that now. I think it's somewhere around 41. He's accounted for quite a few of them. 12 to be exact. Between Chris Gayle and Jos Buttler, they've got 12 each. Chris Gayle is still there, so there's the prospect of another onslaught.
Doesn't look a bad time to be bowling at the moment. For the first time in this innings, really. West Indies just looking like they're just trying to reset themselves so they can just try and have another push in a little while. Plunkett not too bad, 4.1, 0 for 21.
Didn't quite get hold of that. It's bouncing in front of the fielder at mid-on, Moeen Ali.
too high. Good again from Plunkett. The cross seamer working well.
He's keeping it nice and straight as well.
Well, he was on for the first maiden of the match, but that's just been ruined with a punch down the ground. Here's his pitch match, Liam Plunkett. Back of the length, that's generally where he operates most of the time. 28.6 the strike rate. I suppose there's a big difference as well when Chris Gale's been batting and then everyone else. How stiff does he look, Chris Gale? He could barely move. Keeps throwing it to his end just to try and make him run just a little bit. It doesn't affect his batting in any way, he just can't get up the other end.
It's just gotten a little subdued of late. Trying to maybe just get this partnership going. In the air, not quite to Ben Stokes at mid-off. Seen that a couple of times from Jason Holder. 241 for 4.
Well, this has been today. That was one that you just heard. You didn't even have to watch where that went. You just heard it in the stump line. Just been a six-fest. That over extra cover, you just try and rate them really on the degree of difficulty. Things like that where he just clears the left leg, that's his absolute zone. Just hitting into that leg side, couple off the spinners. That one where Peterson used to just lift that back leg up. This guy doing his own impression. As he has been, just wants to get up the other end when Wood bowls. There's still more. Just a check drive, that one. Look at when you just see him after he's hit it, he hasn't moved. As soon as it hits the bat, he pretty much just puts his head down. He looks tired. He hasn't run that much, has he? I don't think he sprinted at any stage. He barely sprinted in the field. Just having a stretch. How many singles? 24 single, only 1 2, no threes. 8 boundaries along the ground, 12 sixes, 27 dots. None of those singles have been sprinted either. Oh, Holder looks to go over the top, doesn't find the middle of the bat, but boundary that will just break the shackles from the last couple of overs.
That's just what was needed. Going above the required rate. Just got to keep level with it.
I suppose the key is really you just want Gale in at the end. 7 and over. Original rate 8.38, 7.75. Very manageable in this day and age. The equivalent scores. England were 177 for 3. You've got to remember that was before the Buttler onslaught, though. West Indies 2 for 6 for 4. Looked like that hit the pad, must have actually just gripped out of the foot marks. They've done that a few times, just chipping it short of the infield.
Yes, he's mixing up his deliveries with a few cutters. Mark Wood. Saw Jason Holder out to a slower delivery in Barbados, just chipped it back to the bowler. He's chipped a few in this innings already.
Well, that's a better shot. Marwood tried the short ball yet again. He just swivels on this one. Better cricket from Holder. And 4 brings up the 250. 251 for 4. 28 done. Well, this is better. Tried to roll his fingers for a slow ball bouncer. Well, that's better from Holder. He doesn't want to throw his wicket away. It's too early to start playing big shots at his end. He can just tick along with Chris Gow. Mark Wood. Owen Morgan's got a problem. Does he want to bowl Mark Wood out, or does he want to just keep him with a couple up his sleeve?
Windies are so far ahead of England's progress so far. Another wide, been a lot of them today. Wide number 11. At a similar stage, England were 182 for 3. So that final kick that England made in the last 10 overs, you don't want to have to compete with that. And that's why it's such an advantage to play sensibly from now until that 40th over at least. McKnight, who do you go to from the river end? Let's assume that Mark Wood will be given a breather after 8 overs.
Yeah, I'd assume definitely he'd be given a breather. He'll want 2 overs up his sleeve, Owen Morgan, if he can. I'm going to go and stay loyal to Adil Rashid. Not easy for the spinners. It's not been easy for Rashid so far, but when I look back at England's best performances with the ball, I see at this stage in the innings that man there, Liam Plunkett's had another pretty good day with the ball flying everywhere. 0 for 26 from 5.5 represents a good effort. And Rashid has been very effective in these middle phases. You can see there, it's been expensive today. But I think the captain should trust him. I think he should set his field as he will. And let Adil Rashid try and keep picking up wickets.
Third man has come up into the circle, and the mid-on pushed back to long on after that last attempt to tee off.
other way of doing it is the McCullum way of doing it, where he may just say, look, who's my most likely bowler to break this partnership? We get Chris Gale out, and that would be Mark Wood. So I'll just continue with Mark Wood for 2 more. Might do that. I think he'll leave him 2 for a little later.
Holder's very good at playing that inside out shot over extra cover mid-off. Just 5 off the over, 257 for 4. Chris Gale sits on 28 sixes so far in this series. It is the most sixes hit by a batsman in any international series, including Test series, World Cups. A real six-hitting machine. Walks is back.
England's fielders in the circle, right on the edge of it, so they know he's not going to sprint 1, so there's a chance A of running him out, and B, they're just thinking stop the boundary. And quiet break, they'll be just keeping an eye on that. That is up on the big screen, so all players can see it. It's just creeping up a little bit now.
He's hammered that so magnificently. Really has been getting stronger and stronger on the pull and the hook in this series.
He was almost just sitting back waiting for it. Just clobbered it on top of the bounce.
Seen enough of that if you're England. 30 overs gone, 2-6-3 for 4. And drinks. England amassed 418 for 6. After Jason Holder won the toss and elected to field. Centuries for Morgan and Buttler. And now the Windies, 263 for 4. Mark Wood has been outstanding with the ball. John Campbell was the first to go. He's used a short ball with great accuracy and telling effect, getting rid of Shea Hope and then Darren Bradley. Particularly the Shea Hope dismissal. Here we go again, short ball, Shimon Hetmai. 6 first ball, wicket second ball. And now we have McKnight, an old school T20 game on hand. 156 required from 20 overs. Very good surface. You'd have to think the only thing that stands between either side coming out on top is wickets. Certainly a T20 game, you'd think you could get 156.
Genuine self-belief, chasing 419 to win the game. Well, I agree with this decision. Rashid into the attack. Not been his day so far. Morgan will like the fact that the West Indies batsman will probably come after him. So just taking a little punt here for perhaps a couple of overs and just see how it goes.
Every time I look up at the scoreboard, I think of Jeffrey Dujon. Every time. Jeffrey Dujon boldly declared 270 pitch this morning.
Just flattened out a little bit since then, hasn't it? The sun's been out.
He thought England played a little above themselves. Just a little.
Looking forward to this battle here, Chris Gale. Just been a little bit becalmed in the last 15-20 minutes, just setting up this partnership. It's building nicely.
Smart batting. No one sweeping out there, and the head scratching and frustration for Rashid continues.
clever batting because it's another googly and he's picked it straight away. And as soon as he picked it, he just opened up the offside.
Buttler looks a little disappointed, as though he sort of mistimed his effort.
We start with the front foot, please. Fair delivery. Can we go on your best side on angle, please? Yeah, keep rolling it through. Keep rolling it through. Keep rolling it through. Keep rolling it through. Oh, okay. Just okay, just roll it through. Okay, can we go to stump cam, please? Stump cam. Okay, can you zoom that up for me, please? Okay, perfect, thank you. Okay, foot's down, foot's down, foot's okay. Okay, yeah, the foot's down. Yeah, okay. No, thank you. That's all I need. My decision of the screen is not out. I repeat, not out.
To the cheers of the crowd, the locals. Outstanding. He's played a few sweeps square of the wicket today, a couple just behind square. That's as fine as you like. For C.H. Gale.
He certainly looks a man who has a game to win here. Slightly different celebration to the one where he got 100. Look to his partner is, I've still got more to do.
Six, number 20 in this innings for the Windies. 4 away from equaling the world record. 284 for 4.
Well, as is Adil Rashid's way, he'll keep getting it up above the eye line, hoping that he can pick up a wicket, but pick it out the stands. Unbelievable batting again from Chris Gale.
Most sixes by any batsman in an ODI against England. Chris Gale, 14 now. He hit 12 in the first ODI at Bridgetown. He's just pacing himself. His innings is ebbing and flowing. He's taking his breathers at different points and refreshing himself. Something I found he used to do very well in the early parts of his career. He'd bat deep in the innings a lot of the time and pace his innings beautifully as he launched in that last over.
Gale bats through, West Indies win. England would need to get rid of Gale, and then they would believe that they can at least control the pace of scoring at worst. If you get Carlos Brathwaite, Ashley Nurse can be a difficult customer at times. That's the ball. I thought England would have gone to that particular delivery a lot earlier in this innings to just cause some frustration. I can understand why they went orthodox in trying to go short, trying to go length, looking to get wickets in on the wicket of Gale in a familiar fashion. I think with that, the pitch has been so good, and you sized it up from early that you really needed to place as much importance on your dots and cause frustration and slow the rate, which you'd hope would have led to a wicket anyway. Maybe the wrong end. 289 for 4. Tough series for spinners, Nick.
Yeah, and the punt of 2 overs to last just 1. And Stokes, though, is 4 overs none for 53, so not much easier for him today. The statistician is very busy. There's a lot of Gale stats keep coming our way.
He's a hard worker, Rajneesh. Nice score by a West Indian batsman in a chase, beating Brian Lara 153 against Pakistan in 1993 in Sharjah. There he is, left the screen, Rajneesh. Never blinks. Is it worth a Joe root over?
Jason, right arm over. Jason, right arm over.
It's the only other place he can go, isn't it? He's not going to go back to Rashid now for a while, if at all. He's not going to want to go to Moeen Ali because Chris Gale has clobbered him throughout this series. Bowls it slightly different. He's more round arm as an off spinner. It's the only variation he'll have, really. As well as that, it's Mark Wood. How does he use those 2 overs from Mark Wood? Whether he leaves them right to the latter part of the game. I mean, he's his go-to bowler, not only in this game but in the series so far. And you're thinking at the moment, if Chris Gale bats for the lion's share of these overs, the game will go. At some point, he's going to have to reintroduce Mark Wood.
I like the fact that he took him off when he did. In fact, I thought he gave him 1 over too much. The reason I'm saying that, I'll tell you why I say that. Is that Wood has been so impressive. The reason he's been impressive is because of the pace at which he's bowled. First spell was 5 overs, and second spell 3. So you don't want to give him a spell where he's reduced his pace down to 135, 136. Short, sharp, and dynamic. Give him a breather, bring him back. And have to spend one not too long from now again. Two's the call. With anyone else.
Yeah, I agree. I wouldn't leave it too long either. Just let him have a little breather. If Gale gets out, then different. Then if Gale gets out, you can just hold Mark Wood back for a little longer. The threat of Mark Wood is really important. And it'll be interesting to see if they do bring him in, just how they play against him with those 2 overs to go. They may well just play him out. Require breaks, not a problem.
.292 for 4.
Also, Bish, when you look back at this game in a few years' time and you see the scorecard and just remember what happened, easy just to forget Mark Wood. You think of the Buttler 100, the Gale 100, whatever happens, whether he wins the game or not, the Owen Morgan 100. Easy to forget someone who's just stood above everybody else today with the ball.
Well, the one thing Jeffrey did get right this morning was that he recalled that the pitch does get easier for batting, and chasing has been an easier option on this surface. So it is his get out of jail card.
There's just a little thank you from the back of the box there from Douge. He appreciates that.
It's the least that he'll get right or get sympathy today. Gale had that double 100 against Zimbabwe in the World Cup in 2015. Canberra, top of his list so far.
If he bats 45 overs, that'll be gone. .295 for 4. .176 between Gale and Bravo, and look at that 200-run partnership between Buttler and Morgan. It just looked brutal. Bowlers looked helpless, and the Windies, I don't know, maybe it's a naivety has worn off. Got his man. That is huge. That is big. That could be the match-turning strike from Ben Stokes.
Yeah, you can see the reaction of Ben Stokes and Owen Morgan just out of picture. Owen Morgan believes that when the game gets tight, he often goes to Ben Stokes. It'll be a slow walk-off for Chris Gale, and a walk-off that will be fully appreciated by those men there who've been bowling and fielding to him, and all those on the ground and watching on the telly. What an innings everybody's just seen in the last couple of hours or so.
One of the great players of our generation, or of course any generation in this format. And his time in the maroon colours on local dirt is drawing near. 162 to Gale, 295 for 5.
Just giving himself a little bit of room, trying to slap it over extra cover, wide mid-off.
Right arm over.
We were talking about Mark Wood a little earlier. I'd leave him now. Now you've got Chris Gale in. You've got an end to bowl to. The threat of Mark Wood, I think, is now more important than the 2 overs that he bowls. So I'd just hold back on that one.
Saw Gale tail out so many times today and punish deliveries of shorter length. Great credit to Ben Stokes for hitting the top of middle and off. Think of MS Dhoni saying to himself, take it deep. So you're saying utilize your other bowling options for few overs yet before Wood makes another intervention.
Yeah, that's the way I do it. I mean, Morgan may well see it slightly differently. But he's been so good that sometimes when you're in the dressing room, if you use up his 2 overs, that just makes the West Indies feel a little more comfortable when you're going to the back end of the game.
In vain from Rashid. Just wondering if Fernando dived over the ball. I know that Gale dealt him some severe blows. Would you consider Rashid back at 2 right-handers?
I would, yeah. I have a lot of belief in Adil Rashid. I know he's had a difficult day, as of every bowler virtually, bar Mark Wood. I think he can get it back in this. I just think he can pick up wickets for you. 35 gone, 299 for 5.
What a game we have on our hands. And Bishop and Nick Knight, they were talking about this bowling option. Well, when Morgan making the decision to bring on Adil Rashid as advised. And we'll be searching for more wickets. Windies 1 short of 300 at the moment. Gets there. 300 in the 36th over. What an effort so far by the Windies in response to England and their massive 418 for 6. And still in a very good position with the bat.
Not too far. Just watch.
Strong appeal, strong appeal. Not out, says the umpire.
Oh, delay. Come on, Raj.
Always has difficulty with leg spin, Thomas Braffett. This was the wrong one. The rest fall short of the man at mid-wicket. As this game has twisted and turned, it has turned in England's favour once more. An appeal, missing leg. And most going on rests on the shoulders of Jason Holder. Pitch just outside off stump, and did enough to miss leg stump. So good decision in the end from the umpire.
Appeal. Gregory Brathwaite will go upstairs to confirm this is not looking good for Jason Holder.
That's a fair delivery. Can we go on your best side on angle, please? Okay, keep rolling it through, keep rolling it through, keep rolling it through, keep rolling. freeze it there. Can we just go the other side, please, Rick, if you can? That'd be great. Thanks. Just to see the bails coming off. Okay, perfect. Thank you. My decision to the board is out. I repeat, out.
On the big screen, Jason Holder clearly out of his ground when the stumping occurred. Another big blow for the West Indies. He's gone for 29. 301 for 6 now.
Center. Ash. One ball to come, Ash.
.118 from 85 deliveries.
Oh!
Wrong one yet again. Both players, they can expect a serving of googlies from Adil Rashid. 36 overs gone, 301 for 6.
It's the wicket of Jason Holder. Just spun away from him. Orthodox leg break and couldn't keep that foot anchored. And couldn't get it back in time. Pretty straightforward decision there for the umpire. I think with his wicket, we'd have to say that the West Indies' chances have become a bit slimmer. 118 from 84 deliveries. Adil Rashid, he's taken a pasting from Chris Gayle, but now he's back and come into his own.
Through the onside. So the decision to bring back Adil Rashid, working for Wayne Morgan and England. Successful 5th over for Adil Rashid. Brings this man to the crease, Ashley Nurse. Useful player with the bat, more known for his bowling.
Favours the onside, Ashley Nurse. It's just a deep square leg and a fine leg for him.
Off the mark straight away. Well, this player will need to think about deliveries, not necessarily overs. The required rate is about 8.5, so they should be thinking about 1 delivery per over, going for a boundary, sharing that responsibility to score runs. Just keep that required rate in check. Brathwaite in particular, he's shown he's got the power to hit the ball out the ground. Hasn't been doing it consistently in recent times. He has an opportunity here to be the hero, to finish things off for the West Indies. Not going to be an easy task. High in the air. Will it find a feeler? No, it doesn't. Spoke about his power, not getting timing and distance on this one. Brathwaite.
Slower delivery. We saw Josh Buttler put a number of these into the stands today. Brathwaite getting that one on the bottom of the bat. Didn't look very balanced either.
Nicely played. Nicely played. Using the pace knowing exactly where the fielder was in that third-man region.
There's that boundary you were asking for, Darren. Just a little bit of width.
8 runs from the over so far, 1 delivery left. And another. No risk involved. 2 straight from Stokes. Brathwaite makes no mistake. Very good over for the West Indies. 3-13 for 6 now.
Just straying in line. It's just the finest glance of it. Carlos Brathwaite. See Stokes' frustration. It's going to be a tall order, but it's not impossible.
Gale leading this run chase. Brilliant century, 162 from 97.
Oh. That's it, Russia.
Again, creating problems for the lower order. Adil Rashid, spin away from the right-handed Ashley Nurse. Straighter delivery, just runs on. We've been praising him about his variations. Yet another one, maybe a faster wrong on, not as much turn. Good running. Windies will still need to believe that they can get this target score.
No!
Makes no contact. Intent there from Ashley Nurse, searching for that boundary.
They're going to bowl pretty straight at him because they know he favours the leg side. He likes that sweep and the slug sweep. Just trying to get one on target. Adil Rashid right on middle stump.
Good dot delivery. 4 dots in the over so far. Only 2 runs conceded. Pressure on here for Ashley Nurse. Required rate jumping over 8.5 now. And another dot. Very good over from Adil Rashid. 3:15 for 6.
Sheener's having a little problem picking Adil Rashid, and that's where we've gotten to at this point. Well, we're just looking at West Indies in Guyana. This is 2017. Chasing 308. Remember that 91 from Jason Mohammed. It came literally from nowhere, Darren.
Indeed, it was a high successful run chase by West Indies in one-day international cricket. Went on to win by 4 wickets on the backdrop of Jason Mohammed. Unbeaten 91. Half century from Robman Powell. Ashley Nurse was also very instrumental in that victory. There's an opportunity here to repeat his efforts with the bat. So already West Indies have bettered the effort of going beyond 301. Still a long way. 102 required from 71. Good single, very good single, good awareness.
I think at some point they're going to have to target somebody. Quick response from Ashley Nurse. Good backing up. Mark Wood has 2 overs left, and they don't want to be under too much pressure when he comes back. They want to be at least ahead of the required rate.
And a miss. Windies in a better position than England at a similar stage in terms of runs. It's not wicket column that they're struggling with. Already lost 6 wickets. That maroon worm just dipping a bit. Chris Gayle lost his wicket at a crucial time for the West Indies. You'd think that if he was there in power play 3, there's a better chance of the West Indies going on to win this match. Apart from his own form with the bat, the psychological advantage of having a player well set at the crease would have given the Windies a better chance of getting to that target score.
I think if Shimron Hetmeyer had just taken his time, batted 7-10 overs with Chris Gayle, we could have been looking at a totally different equation here. We're ahead of the required rate at the time, so can't quite understand why he came out and just got sucked into playing that second pull.
Another good over by England, a very good passage of play for them. 320 for 6. Not a lot of batting to come for the West Indies beyond this pair. Devin Jabishu, Sheldon Cottrell, Shane Thomas.
Not the kind of batting that's going to be able to deal with this situation.
Leon Gill and Bravo. Only a few contributions by West Indian batsmen. Jason Holder got a start, and he was the last batsman to be dismissed. So we have a bowling change. Liam Plunkett will come on the attack. 6 overs, 29 runs so far. Wickets to fall in this innings of the West Indies. John Campbell was the first to go, trying to force a length delivery. Then Shea Hope nicking one behind. And Bravo, after getting to his half century, couldn't get this one over the ropes. And Hetmeyer didn't last too long. Second delivery, hitting one straight to the square leg boundary. Chris Gayle, tired looking shot. His 25th one-day international century, and then the last wicket to fall. Captain Jason Holder not getting his leg back in time. concentration not coming off at all from Ashley Nurse. Trying the ramp shot on this occasion.
Got himself all in a tangle. Slow delivery.
Nisbet hasn't had a boundary for a little while. Couple overs. Singles definitely not going to do it at this stage. Required rate going into 9s now. Jeffrey, what can the West Indies take from this encounter?
I think if they'd had some partnerships lower in the innings, Darren, and they'll look back on this and see where if there was just a couple of bigger partnerships in the middle, because they got a good start, things could have been so much better. I think Hetmeyer was a key man to have brought them closer to this total.
I always believe that when you have a player in form, you expect him to at least contribute and let that form continue throughout the series. Did a fine innings in that second one-day international in which the Windies went on to win today. A little too attacking at the start of his innings. Should have given himself a little more time.
Well, I can understand if you're coming in a situation where you're behind the required rate. We'll take that up next over. 40 overs gone, 324 for 6.
Getting set for power play number 3. England a little more relaxed. Slowly taking control of this game. We spoke about that Gale factor and his dismissal and the impact it has had.
Just to carry on that point, Darren, I can understand if you're behind the required rate and things are really tight and you come in, you have to get going really quickly. But when Hetmeyer came in, he had time to get the pace of the wicket, to get himself set, because the important thing at that point was a partnership to just take them that much further along at a certain pace. They lost all of that momentum when he got out at that point, and Jason Holder, not the type of player Hetmeyer is, really couldn't do it on his own with Chris Gale going as well.
Agreed. And I also think that sometimes he doesn't strike the right balance to his innings. He's only a young player and he's learning quickly. He's produced a lot for the West Indies in the short time at international cricket.
Come on, Rash, come on, bud.
It's about reading the game, you know, and that killed the whole momentum. We've only had 3 boundaries since Chris Gale got out. Make that 4.
Joe Root was going the wrong direction. Probably had an issue with the sighting. He was sprinting away to his left, then had to make the adjustment. It was too late in the end.
Got some good bat on that, Ashley Nurse.
Yeah, just the top right of screen there. Joe Root was sprinting to his left. Yeah, just there. And then having to abort. Nice timing, good placement. Should only be a couple runs. Good work by Joe Root.
Ran in the right direction this time.
Seven runs from the over. 3-3-1 for 6.
We've gotten to this point without a contribution from Hetmeyer. Had he been there for 5, 10 overs, or even 6 or 7, look at that equation on the bottom. 88 runs from 54 balls, it would have looked a lot different. It's about reading the game.
It's not an easy position at the halfway stage of a one-day international, looking up and realizing that your target score is 419. Plunkett continues. Well, this game has been filled with entertaining stuff. Over 500 runs and boundaries in this match now. 59 fours, 44 sixes. And it's only the second time that this has happened in a one-day international.
Liam Plunkett has been good. His ball very straight. His control has been good. A pitch like this, he's into his 8th over. Just 34 runs conceded.
The only other instance where 500 runs was scored in boundaries was when Australia played South Africa in Johannesburg in 2006. That was another memorable match. Go short. Not a bad option on this surface. An opportunity to get yourself a dot ball, showing a little bit of aggression.
He's mixed up his pace well. Also, and hasn't really given the batsman too much width. Everything he's bowled has been pretty straight. Nobody has really been able to get a handle on him.
Things going very quiet now. It just shows how difficult it is for a new batsman to get a start and get set. And this is Plunkett in this innings. 63% of his deliveries in that length area. Batsman strike rate, I beg your pardon. Required rate over 10 now. Windies going nowhere fast. Pulled away with power. It beats the fielder in that sweep of fence. That's what the West Indies need at this time. Lots of boundaries. At length, Carlos Brathwaite, that's his strong area. Using his bottom hand, his strong bottom hand. More importantly, finding the gap. Goes into the fence.
3-3, 8 for 6 now.
Look back at that equation and you see how far the Windies were ahead of the game when Hetmeyer and Gale were still there.
Oh!
Gap's been closed a bit. Now, Rob Key, your thoughts?
It's just one of those, as a coach or captain, you'd find it very hard to debrief the run chase, wouldn't you? Because Chris Gale played an unbelievable knock. Now they have a glimmer of hope with Brathwaite and Nurse set. Brathwaite 29 from 23. Nurse struggling to pit Rashid, which is the problem.
Rush yours!
Not sure he picked that one either. It was just so short and slow out of the surface. You look back to Hetmeyer and you just think, just relax, just give yourself a chance. I know it's not the way you want to do it, but you left out a batsman for a bowler, which was the right move. It was after the first ODI, but that means more responsibility on the top order, on the batsman. Yeah, but the game's not done yet. Can Brathwaite do it? I feel this is a big game for him.
Pretty good with the ball for 6 overs this morning. That sounded so good. Mighty, mighty strike in the ocean. That's his highest score in one-day internationals, Carlos Brathwaite, and he ain't done yet.
Oh, just how good off the middle of that bat. Well, Nurse might not be picking him, but Brathwaite has. No real extension or anything, but the power of the man. Look at that, right out of the ground. All of a sudden.
I know a lot of people are going to comment on this. Remember the name. Forget it, Rob Key. My greatest regret is not saying remember the name, but the fact that when he plays locally, domestic cricket, stop it, I know you're itching, stop it, that the Barbados do not allow him or whoever he plays for domestically to bat over the years much higher in the order. Throw in. Run chase not finished yet. Back-to-back sixes for Brathwaite.
350 up as well. They are still ahead of where England were. England at this stage 319 for 3. Windies 351 for 6. Yet the best fielder's in the hot seat. Ben Stokes is that. Goes right through him.
Trouble. Three, 5-1 for 6.
This game just keeps on luring us in. You think it's done and then they come again. Will Rashid has looked like he has just had it completely on a piece of string to the lower order. Wasn't the case against Chris Gale. It isn't the case now against Brathwaite. Even had Ben Stokes managed to hold on to that, the force of it would have knocked him back. He would have struggled to keep that in play.
I just wonder if over the years, and it's probably too late now because he's 30, but 4 years ago, 5 years, had they allowed him to bat higher up, take responsibility, his batting would have developed so much more, in my view.
Well, that was the problem a little bit with how he did it, how he won that game. He came right in towards the end. So you just think, well, keep him, we don't want to waste him too early. But then his own development, absolutely right, just gets forgotten about. And it's hard. What he did in that game is near impossible to recreate. Everyone needs a little bit of time. You need to learn and understand even every single situation. Well, this bloke has been the difference with the ball. You could arguably give him man of the match. If England win this game, 8.1 overs, 4 for 47. That might be a big shout considering Josh Buttler's innings and then Chris Gale's innings, but when everything has been about the batsman, this man, well, he has been the difference with the ball. He's been the standout on both teams.
Not far off if he gets a fifer. If he gets a fifer and it goes the way of his team.
I thought I'd have you on my side there. Former bowler. Ball flying out the park everywhere. A fast bowler doing it. You need that one extra wicket.
Yeah, I just feel that a fifer sort of equates to a batsman's 100, and given how flat the conditions are from a cricketing point of view, fifer really for me would tilt it if he leads them to a win. But for now, Windies still in it with Brathwaite and Nurse at the crease. Still in it, 67 from 40.
Interesting to see what he does as well. Third man has just been sent back. Fine leg up, long on, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, deep cover.
Third man up. Misfield. If it's Wilkes, not for the first time today, if it is him.
There's a nice shot, punch down the ground. Cross seam from Mark Wood. Thought he was just going to sweep this up pretty easily. In the end, Ben Stokes had to come round and cover him.
That would drive me crazy as a bowler. 3-5-8 for 6.
7 runs from the over, at least a couple could have been easily stopped, could have been easily dealt with. Just a wild throw, well in. I always used to hate this when fielders would just throw the stumps down without really thinking. It's all right, apart from the fella backing up behind them. Another good over from Mark Wood. What does Owen Morgan do? Does he pull him, leave him with 1 left? One thing you have in this England team is plenty of options with the ball. You might just start to work out how Owen Morgan really sees his death bowling. He's got a few options. You'd say this man is one of the nailed-on ones, but he's only got 1 over left. Got some real tact from Chris Gale. Mark Wood, 1 over left. He bowled well at the death in Barbados. But he's under a different kind of pressure now. Liam Plunkett doesn't always bowl at the death. He generally is done by the 40th, 45th over. And also Adil Rashid is not shy of using him around this time, but Brathwaite being in might change things there. Have a look, see any sort of reverse swing, any sort of tail in. Doesn't even look like he's trying. It's right in the slot, that ball. You could say that's two he's missed out on. Any sort of bat on that. Third man is back. He's got a chance to beat backward point. Cover is quite straight.
Welcome boundary from Ashley Noose.
Great sound out of the middle of the bat. So many today, you didn't even have to look up. You could have just heard the sound of the ball on the middle. And you know the result. Changing the feel from that shot. Fine leg now comes up. Third man remains back. Deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long on, mid-off, in the circle. Try and get a read on the type of delivery that's going to come down.
Another poor effort. Another fumble costs 4.
Joe Root this time, normally so reliable. Safe for the field change and the field that is set. That's not a great ball. Mid-off up, deep square leg back, deep mid-wicket. All the protection on that leg side. Whether he went for the bluff, not out of the middle of the bat. As we so often see, that doesn't matter. You still get a boundary. Field is the same.
Again, not great bowling, but pretty good batting. 3-7-2 for 6.
The atmosphere has just ramped up yet again. The support has been excellent for this West Indies batting effort. Poor bowling from Wopes. Field is not set for that type of delivery, even had he got the Yorker slightly better. Wide of off stump Yorkers. Third man back, but mid-off up. Field set to go into the pads, into the stumps.
For 6 against Pakistan and Guyana was a good innings played by Jason Muhammad, who was in the one-day team at the time, and I think Ashley Mills played a key role then too. I think he was not out 24, brisk 34 in fact. This is going to be interesting here, this over.
Now with Morgan, this is a gamble. Nurse has struggled to pick him, Brathwaite hasn't. I don't think he could have swung any harder at that ball. And this is the moment. Brathwaite 46 from 30. He's had the making of Rashid so far.
This is the West Indies' highest total in one-day internationals. And whatever the result, come the World Cup, the way that this team has forged itself in this series, a lot of teams better watch out. Magnificent, magnificent. Ashley Nurse and Carlos Brathwaite has muscled the Windies back into this chase.
Holder just cracks the tiniest of smiles. Just when you think it's wicket or boundary, they get on boundary. Gives himself just a hint of room, too short from Rashid, hit powerfully. .39 from 25, 418.
Yeah. 381 for 6.
Sure, that band is following me around. Every day I've heard them here, whether it's in the hotel, whether it's at the ground. Well, the atmosphere is excellent at the moment. Long chat between Morgan and his star man, Mark Wood. His last over. West Indies will be glad to see the back of him. 9 overs, 4 for 54.
Call for 2.
Oh, that's good bowling. Field is set for that. Third man and fine leg are both up. Cramped him for room. Fourth throw from Stokes. Direct hit may have been interesting.
Again, it generally has to be a very straight line.
Yeah, good bowling again. Slammed into the middle of the wicket. Really rolled his wrists on that shot. Everyone looks to the square leg umpire. There is the one for the over, the one short ball.
Do you take this deep now? There are different philosophies, or do you try, if you're the batting team, try to win it as early as possible?
See off these two balls. Mark Wood's been the star bowler. Just get through these two balls, then he is done. Pressure goes on to all the other bowlers.
Half century for Carlos Brathwaite, his first in one-day internationals. And it really has been a good day and his best performance in 50-over cricket for the Windies.
Say a lot about Carlos Brathwaite, but he has timing. What a time to get your first ODI 50. I thought when Holder went, when Gale went, that he'd run out of steam, but Brathwaite in particular has kept him in the game.
Woods finished 387 for 6.
Just 6 runs from his last over. You'd say that the two batsmen just wanted to see him off. Didn't really look to do anything, just try and pick up a single off every ball. And standing figures on what has been a flat surface. 10 overs, 4 for 60. First 4 wickets all went to him. It was him who got them back in the game after the onslaught from Gale. He sticks with Rashid.
Dropped it. It was a brilliant attempt. Brilliant from Stokes. Couldn't hold on.
And Stokes is about the only man who could have got to that ball. That was hit pretty flat. It was dying on him as well. Big shot out into the leg side. Stokes, quick as anything, got to the ball. It just spills out just as he hits the ground. Morgan's got his best fielder in the best spot.
Somebody have it. Taken. Adil Rashid gets a valued wicket.
Well, simple catch in the end for Plunkett. No, smashes his bat. Well, the crowd is starting to give him some stick as well. Owen Morgan has some courage as a captain. Adil Rashid, 9.2 overs, 2 for 85. Brathwaite in as well. Who hit him out the park on a number of occasions. Adil Rashid holds his nerve. Another wicket goes. Nurse played well, 43 from just 41. 389 for 7.
Brathwaite on strike. And Brathwaite goes, the magic of having a leg spinner. He may have gone for a few more runs than he would have liked, Rashid, but he's getting key wickets today.
Key wickets under real pressure as well. Gives that just a hint of flight, just a bit of grip out of the surface. Well, there's a cool, calm customer underneath that ball. Brave captaincy from Morgan. Would have been so easy to go to the seamers to try and close out this game. He backs Rashid once more. Rashid delivers. Wicket of Brathwaite gets his first 50, then out. 389 for 8.
This crowd has lived every moment here. They're well invested in this as well. It surprised me to see some tears flowing in that party stand sometimes.
Here we go. 2 wickets back to back for Adil Rashid. Simple catch to Plunkett. That was the end of Nurse. Then the big wicket, Brathwaite. Leg spinner. Few steps for Ryan Morgan. He's not going to miss that.
Hat-trick ball.
That guy.
Irony of bowling to his fellow leg spinner. Brilliant. Brilliant from Adil Rashid.
What do you think? There's still a place for like the schoolboy hat-trick ball where you just bring everyone in, even in a game like this. Get a slip in and a few men. She's not going to want to give a hat-trick to his fellow leg spinner. That was a good googly, right on the money.
Another one, he gets in. 3 wickets in 4 balls for Adil Rashid, showing the way and the value of a wrist spinner at any stage of this contest.
All of a sudden, 9.5 overs, 4 for 85. How different it is for Adil Rashid. Googly again, as he so often does to the left-handers, because he thinks they're going to go for the big shot. So he wants the ball to spin away from the sweep shot. Good catch from Alex Hales. Muted celebration from Rashid. Job is nearly done. Well, Bishu, some left-handers, the ground is that little bit bigger. He goes for none. 389 for none.
Shane Thomas on strike. That's the end of that. A 5-wicket haul for Adil Rashid. He took some tap when Chris Gayle was at the crease, but he has shown value and Morgan has believed in him. May have been closer than England would have anticipated, but a 2-1 lead in this series now. England winning by 29 runs.
Well, you looked up and saw Adil Rashid with the ball. You thought this is a brave decision from Owen Morgan. 2 off the first ball. Wicket, wicket, dot, wicket, wicket, just to close out that game. That is what captaincy is about. That is what bowling under pressure is all about. When the game is on the line, you turn, you make the right decisions. That is exactly what Owen Morgan has done. The start of that over, it could have all been so different. Owen Morgan could have changed, could have gone for someone else, but he stuck with his leg spinner, and his leg spinner delivered.
Some stern looks from members of the crowd. They were in it, the Windies, they were in it for much of this contest. Four overs for 50 runs for Adil Rashid at one stage, so he finished up getting 5 for 35. What a contest. How many runs have we had today? And then wickets on the back end.
Sometimes, don't you think the surface is too flat and then it's just a 6-hitting contest? But actually today I think we saw two unbelievable innings, two extraordinary batsmen in Chris Gale, that man, and the fellow whose hand is just shook in Joss Buttler. Two geniuses. Yes, it was a good surface, but that was special from both of those men. Nobody could have done what they both did. The power, the skill, and then just to finish it off, the bowler managed to make the real difference. Good bit of keeping as well from Joss Buttler. Picked the googly. Smiles all round for England. Heartbreak for the West Indies.
Wherever you are in the world, you've seen good value today. We've seen the #1 team in the world at their very best batting-wise. Mark Wood, brilliant. And then we've seen a Windies team who, if you take them lightly in the upcoming World Cup, they've shown that they're forging a good unit. Nothing